The content of this channel is for mature audiences. Parental discretion is advised. You're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. Please make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell notification button. And please, feel free to share the video. Thank you.
Yo, what's good, everybody? I'm GG. You're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. It's the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up with no chasers. I just dropped in real quick. Didn't really plan to do this, but I figured, man, I may as well go ahead and get a chunk of this over with. Shout out to Electrician 480. I see you out there. Before I get things started, I want to give a shout out to all the haters. How y'all doing? Hope y'all passing a good afternoon. When you come in, can you please make sure to hit the like button so you can get my, get my likes up, man. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already subscribed to the channel, and hit the bell notification button, please. Please, please, please. And so it's time for me to do the roll call, man. So I'm going to just get that started, and then after I get that started, I'm going to move right on into what I came here to do. All right, so shout out to Hootie of New Comet, Apex Prowler, Anthony Davis, I'm Just Jules, Brotherly Love 215, Michael Ross, Lee Ways, Blacksword 404, and Honest Look at the End, Sherlyn Rowe, Ricky Dawson, and Stefan. Big up to them, man. Big up to Julius Ferguson, Lord Hamal, True 7360, Mr. Me Too, Carl for President, Broken Blade, Leading from the Back, Jay Cleveland, Green Gold, Professor, and Seventh Coast Dojo. Big up to them. Big up to AKs and Curtains, H-Town, Roguish the Billmonger, BD Main, Adrian Thomas, Electrician 480, Benga, Cutting Up with the Jones, Zanco 1, and D Scott. Big up. Big up to Path Guy 74, Pete Rock 496, Aaron Peters, Marnolis, Dar, Vincent Lindsay, Michael Pierce, Beautiful Trauma, Quiz the Poet, and Black Quiz at 80OS. Big up. Big up to Jazz Tech, Shadow Observer, Sugar T, Artisan MC, Nasiana, Kyle J. Sura, Kareem, Troy Warren, Mrs. KP Bailey, and Alan Wiley. Big up. Big up to The Face, Mantis on Break, Life of Commerce, Dreamlit, A. Wilson's Ghost, Timothy Blewett, Jeffrey Speed, Marvin Battle Jr., and Mark Hope. Big up. Big up to Afro Troop TV, Adam, BGS Idmore, Ignatz Mouse, Brian Peaks, Papa Didas, Scott Haywood, Black Uru Strikes, Dr. Tree 33, and Leroy Honeycutt. Big up. Big up to Supertech, 77 Base X, Brian McMurray, Karen S., Charles Rogers, Rick Ross, Sandra Jean, Charles Gilmore, Greg, and Barry Little. Big up. Big up to Mr. Valentino, Jason Hales, Black Men Being Brutally Honest, Cameron 87, Dr. Rock, Mark Swift, Odd Collard, Donald Watts, Coach Hotep, and Old Soul Chief. Big up. Big up to Mr. Blue Collar, TD Hip Hop Media, Drumaine, Mr. Heat, Sir Anthony, MLR, Universal 178, and Rasheed Barnes. Big up. Big up to Aaron Smith, DH, The Revelator, Aaron Infinite, Dr. Tiasan Johnson, Kalon Jakala, Hostile Adept, and WPR1. Can't forget the brothers in heaven, Forrest Windu, David Carroll, and Kevin Samuels. Big up to them, man. On the Patreon side, I want to give a shout out to Chris Flowers, Christopher Burton, Prince D. Martini, Daxby, J Live, Rashawn Phillips, Keith Bass, Nick, Rock One, Albert C., Dr. Ben Vincent, J. Cleveland Green, I'm the Light of My Father, Waffle Weave, William Joyner, Tyrone Hampton, Darnell Smith, Excalibur, Anu 219, Preserve Prisoner, Taz, Dragon 59, Jake Bailey, Mr. Michi Momal, and Asangwa. And thank you all for your support. Appreciate that. Appreciate your support over time. Straight up, I really do appreciate it. And here's how you can support the Green Gorilla channel on an ongoing basis if you don't know. Do a membership. Here's it.
What's good, everybody? I'm the G with a PhD, and you're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel, the place where black men can express themselves freely. Straight up, no chaser. Today, I want to introduce you to my new membership program.
that consists of 5 levels where you can invest in the Green Gorilla channel on a monthly basis and receive level-specific perks. Memberships are special because they improve the quality of the content of the channel and will help me to be able to keep the channel going. Now, to participate in the Green Gorilla channel membership program, all you have to do is hit the join button, which is located right next to the subscribe button on my channel page. Now, for all of my subscribers who decide not to participate in my membership program, nothing will change. The content will keep coming the way it always has. Thanks for watching, and be careful out here, people. Bless. All right, man, I'm back. I'm GG. You're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel, the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up with no chases. And, I just did this at the last minute. I figured I'd get a chunk of it done today. Shout out to, again, Electrician 480. I see you. TD Hutch, shout out to him. Spain, man, shout out to him. And Ad Media 83, big up to y'all. Okay, today what I'm going to do is I've covered chapter 1 of this book I've been reading. It's called Dark Ghettos. Okay, it's written by a philosopher, black philosopher. His name is Tommy Shelby. And I figure, hey, we're going to talk about the ghetto. Everybody has something to say about the ghetto and how fucked up it is. Let's have an intelligent and a, pretty exhaustive conversation about it instead of, a common sense or a folk wisdom conversation about it. Because I'm just tired of hearing, half-baked arguments. I want to hear some in-depth, detailed, pretty rigorous arguments about the ghetto. So this is where I'm at with this. And so it's not going to be titillating and exciting. I'm not going to be hooping and hollering a lot. I'm going to be reading a lot. And so that's just what the scope and the range of what this requires is. And so let me get right into it, man. I think the last time I left off, if I'm not mistaken, I left off by, basically finishing chapter 1 of this book. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is go into chapter 2 of the book. Okay. Again, the book's name is Dark Ghettos, Injustice, Dissent, and Reform. Okay. So in case you don't know, let me go all the way to the top. This is the name of the book. Okay. Dark Ghettos, Injustice, Dissent, and Reform. And also, I've been putting together a glossary of terms, okay? So the glossary of terms is just basically, to fill you in on some important terminology that the author uses, some definitions that he comes up with in order to make sense of ideas and concepts. So one of the last things that he talks about in chapter 1 is wrongful discrimination, absolute poverty, relative poverty, equal opportunity, socialist equal opportunity, the difference principle. Then he defines the ghetto. He defines what segregation is, racial clustering is, concentrated poverty is, concentrated disadvantage is, what a disadvantaged neighborhood is, and he also, defines type 2 ghettos. Okay, all of that is done in chapter 1. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is try to make this a bit larger here. It won't, hold on, I gotta do that. I'm gonna make this a little bit larger here so you can see it a little bit better. All right. So one of the things that the author talks about, like before ending off chapter 1, and this just is a segue into the second chapter, okay? He talks about something called absolute poverty. And he says he's not really worried about that. I'm not worried about absolute poverty, which is lacking access to your basics. So that, if you don't get them, your health is going to be threatened, okay? So he's not worried about that. He's worried about relative poverty, which is a percentage of average income, okay? And then I think he talks a little bit later on about what percentage that is, but he doesn't really talk about it in depth in chapter 1, okay? He talks about something called equal opportunity, a concept which he promotes. And he basically says, look, if you're going to have a fair system, a culture that purports to be fair, and it's going to actually be fair and not just, like air quotes, like legally or formally fair, then individuals have to have substantive equal life prospects. And shout out to Stuart D. Knight. Appreciate that, my brother. Appreciate that. Okay. He says, look, if we're going to have a system that's actually fair, right, where people, actually have equal opportunity, then people actually have to have equal life prospects. So he says, in a system of social cooperation where everybody has equal standing and everyone is entitled to share equitably in the benefits of the social cooperation, people who are born into rich families shouldn't have better life prospects than those born into families who have more limited material means. Okay, so your status, your class status, shouldn't be a determinant of how you end up in the system, if the system actually is such that it has equal opportunity. And we all know that America purports to be, the land of equal opportunity. That's what it says, right? That's the statement, right? So this is something that Shelby promotes. I think this idea is one that he promotes. But then there's this other idea called socialist equal opportunity, which I think Shelby rejects. Okay. So basically, this idea is that, if you got social economic inequalities and they come from your talents and that's it, then this is unjust. Okay. So social economic inequalities that come solely from differences in your native talent, that's unjust. And he says, basically, this is the natural lottery argument. I'm not going to get into too much depth about it, but the idea behind it is just because you're basically endowed with a gift, it's not the grounds for you to expect more economic rewards than anybody else from the system of cooperation, right? And basically, I say it calls for the elimination of natural lottery advantages. So it's seeking to what Thomas Sowell would say is to attain cosmic justice. Okay. Now, I think Shelby is going to reject this. He says this is too strong of a demand. Okay. And what he, basically makes an excuse for is the difference principle, which is a Rawlsian idea. Okay. And he says, look, we're going to allow people with socially useful but rare talents to be rewarded more highly because this is going to encourage the development and use of those talents, which is going to benefit everybody in the society, including people who don't have as much talent, right? Or people who have less ability, okay? So that's where, that's how he, countermands this idea of socialist equal opportunity, which some people actually promote, okay? Anyway, he defines what a ghetto is. Metropolitan neighborhoods visibly marked by racial segregation and multiple forms of disadvantage, okay? That's what a ghetto is. Then he talks about segregation, and he defines that term. What is it? Segregation is a residential pattern in which neighborhoods within a metropolitan region have strikingly different racial compositions, with one racial group in a given neighborhood far outstripping its percentage in the region as a whole, while other racial groups in the region are significantly underrepresented in the neighborhood. Okay, so basically a residential pattern in which you have one demographic that numbers another. Okay, to put it in simple conversation. Oh, fuck, hold on for 1 second, man. Hold on. I'm doing a show. I can't talk to you right now.
All right. Okay.
All right. Yeah. Okay, so my bad. Sorry about that. So anyway, that's my bad. But anyway, so we're on this idea of segregation. He's basically saying like you got one demographic that outnumbers another, okay? And he basically says that not all segregation is actually unjust. It's not the case that it's unjust, okay? Not all segregation is unjust. Then he talks about a concept called racial clustering, okay? This is the idea where two or more Similarly segregated neighborhoods are right next to each other, forming what he calls a racial band of segregated residential areas, okay? Two or more similarly segregated neighborhoods that are right next to each other, okay? Then you have something called concentrated poverty. And this is where he kind of, feeds into this concept I talked about earlier, relative poverty. Concentrated poverty is defined by neighborhood poverty rates of 40% or higher. Okay, that's concentrated poverty, where the poverty rates are 40% or higher. Okay, then he talks about something called concentrated disadvantage. And what is that? Concentrated disadvantage has to do with the percentage of people in a neighborhood who suffer from multiple deficits in well-being. And what might those be? What are the relevant indices of disadvantage? Low income, poverty, low birth weight, abnormally low life expectancy, enduring physical and mental illness, disability, alcohol and drug addiction, homelessness, inadequate shelter, low educational attainment, dysfunctional family life, social isolation, and unhealthy ties of affiliation, lack of self-esteem, unemployment and underemployment, chronic fatigue, inability to participate fully in public life, and high incarceration and felony conviction rates. I mean, god damn. Oh, man. So that's what concentrated disadvantage is, okay? We're crying out loud, man. That's a hell of a list right there, bro. Let me read that list again. So, look, concentrated disadvantages has to do with the percentage of people in a neighborhood who suffer from a whole bunch of deficits in their well-being, right? And here are the indices of it. Low income, poverty, low birth weight, low life expectancy, mental and physical illness that endures, disability, alcohol and drug addiction, homelessness, inadequate shelter, low educational attainment, dysfunctional family life, social isolation, unhealthy ties of affiliation, lack of self-esteem, unemployment and underemployment, chronic fatigue, inability to participate fully in public life, and high incarceration and felony conviction rates. That's a lot, bruh. It's a lot, okay? So concentration disadvantage has to do with people, okay? Has to do with people. The percentage of people, okay? But a disadvantaged neighborhood is a place. So concentrated disadvantage has to do with people, but disadvantaged neighborhoods have to do with places. So, okay, a disadvantaged neighborhood is a place that suffers from a relative lack of nearby or readily accessible goods, services, and opportunities that are needed for human flourishing. So what are some indices or examples of disadvantaged neighborhoods? There are places with low-performing schools, high rates of crime and violence, dilapidated and insufficient housing stock, low property values, exposure to environmental toxins, limited employment opportunities, few good local grocery stores, visible signs of disorder, few recreational sites, and inefficient or expensive public transportation. Damn. And then he also talks about something called type 2 ghettos, okay? And he says that type 2 ghettos are black neighborhoods that have moderate levels of poverty, at about 20 to 30%, okay? And yet, their concentrated disadvantage is almost as severe as in ghetto neighborhoods. Hey, so there's type 1 ghettos, which are the truly disadvantaged ghettos, where you have concentrated disadvantage and concentrated poverty, okay? And the neighborhoods are disadvantaged, okay? And then you have type 2 ghettos, which are moderately impoverished, but they have almost similar, symptoms as related to concentrated disadvantage. Almost exactly the same. Okay. So that's just to catch you up of where I left off. Okay. So that's the end of chapter 1. That's what he does at the end of chapter 1. I'm about to go read 10 pages from chapter 2. Okay. That's all I'm doing for today. Hopefully it'll be quick and you can refer to it on your own. Okay. So, community. And give me 1 second. I need to do something real quick. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I swear to God. Hold on, man. I'm all discombobulated right now. All right, man, I'm back. Sorry for the break up for a quick minute. But anyway, chapter 2 is what I'm about to read right now. So let me just break right into it and then keep it pushing, okay? All right, so the second chapter is named Community. And he starts it off by saying, look, an influential political theory and policy orientation holds that racial segregation is unjust, views neighborhood racial segregation as a principal cause of ghetto poverty, and proposes residential integration as a cure. Now, look, I mean, all of this is just fancy words for, okay, we need to integrate the neighborhoods. We need more white people to live around black people. That's basically what this means, right? This theory, he says, should not be confused with traditional civil rights movements. Its demand for an end to Jim Crow prohibitions and to racial discrimination in housing and employment. And the theory demands something other than, or in addition to, economic redistribution or educational and employment initiatives. He says the new integrationist, and it's another term, okay? Let me highlight it. The new integrationists, as I should call the proponents of this view, want to increase and foster interracial contact in neighborhoods. That's what they want. They want to increase and foster interracial contact in neighborhoods as they believe this is necessary to repair the damage done to the ghetto poor and to lift their unfair burdens. I don't know what y'all think about that. That's, we need white people to come save us. That's how I perceive it. Anyway, the intervention's aim is to restructure the demographics of ghettos and other neighborhoods in the hopes of ending, or at least attenuating, which means thinning or making it better, ghetto poverty. In this chapter, I consider and ultimately reject new integrationism. My criticisms are primarily directed not at the new integrationist diagnosis of the causes of ghettos. So he says, look, I'm not going to try to talk about what the causes of the ghettos are, right, in this chapter, but how the theory, new integrationism, perceives or conceptualizes the problem of the ghetto to begin with, its normative presuppositions, and the practical conclusions it draws from empirical findings about the effects of living in segregated communities. In particular, I show that residential integration is not, so this is his view, residential segregation is not a requirement of corrective justice and should not be viewed as a solution to ghetto poverty. So there you have it right there. Now you know where he's going with the argument, okay? Residential integration is not the solution to ghetto poverty. Having a bunch of white folks come in or being or living around a bunch of white people is not the solution to the problem. Okay? He defends an alternative approach to thinking about unjust inequality and its relation to neighborhood dynamics, a view he calls egalitarian pluralism. Now, I'm not, I don't even know what it is yet because I haven't read this section of the text, okay? I don't know what it entails or what it calls for, so I can't tell you right now, okay? Anyway, he goes on to say, no treatment of justice in ghettos would be complete without considering the widely held view that blacks are, at least partly, at fault for contemporary segregation patterns, okay? So it's like, okay, well, it's your fault. This is something that you're partly at fault for how the roll of the dice has been laid out. You're partly responsible for the consequences of the ghetto, okay? And the segregation patterns. And then he says, I discussed 2 grounds for this charge. And here's the first view, okay? Racial proxy discrimination. A lot of terms and definitions, man. Racial proxy discrimination can be justified in residential choice. Okay? This is some strong shit now. This is some serious shit here, okay? And I've heard this argument in this space on several goddamn occasions. Racial proxy discrimination. But then again, maybe not. But maybe so. So on this account, many blacks, though by no means all blacks, have characteristics that make them undesirable as neighbors. For example, many of you motherfuckers have criminal backgrounds, unattractive cultural traits, and catch this shit right here, weak labor attachment, meaning you niggas ain't got jobs. You niggas ain't got no jobs. Some of you motherfuckers is you criminals. You don't act right, and you ain't got no goddamn jobs. And so white people reasonably avoid neighborhoods with high percentages of blacks. So that's the first response, racial proxy discrimination. If I see some niggas, I'm gonna see some criminals, some motherfuckers that ain't got no home training, and motherfuckers that ain't got no jobs. God damn. They say that's my people. Let me hold on, wait a minute. I forgot to put the screen. I forgot to put the screen back up where you can read along with me. So let me make it bigger. Here we go. Criminal backgrounds, unattractive cultural traits, and weak labor attachment, so whites reasonably avoid neighborhoods with a high number of blacks. Let me close this shit right here. I don't need that. So that's the first response, racial proxy discrimination. A second response to the systemic injustice framework that I advocate insists, and this is what he's saying, I advocate this, okay? He insists that most blacks prefer to live among a substantial number of blacks. So this is his view, okay? We highlight that. And consequently expose themselves to higher rates of poverty and its associated ills, rather than move to more advantaged neighborhoods that may contain few blacks and are perhaps predominantly white. Okay? So that's the second response, right? The full explanation for the persistence of ghettos has to do with more than the racial and economic barriers to entering whiter or more advantaged neighborhoods, or the unjust barriers to leaving blacker or disadvantaged neighborhoods. So in other words, it's more than just money, and it's more than just race that explains the persistence of ghettos. He says there are also the practical reasons individuals have for choosing one neighborhood over another. Racial and economic injustices can and do constrain black spatial mobility. So black spatial mobility is another term, I guess. And let me just highlight this here. Black spatial mobility, meaning if you're black, you can move where you want to go. You can go where you want to go. You can live in whatever neighborhood you want to live in. That would be black spatial mobility. But neighborhoods will remain segregated even in the absence of these unjust barriers if individuals make certain residential choices. In particular, if whites avoid or leave neighborhoods with high concentrations of blacks, and blacks won't join or stay in a neighborhood unless there is a significant black presence, then at least moderate segregation will continue. So he says over the next 3 sections, I will address these concerns before turning to the new integrationist response to ghetto poverty. And look, I can tell you already, this is a debate going on in the academy where a bunch of white people, without talking to black people at all, decided what was fucked up and what was wrong with the ghetto. They used what Tommy Shelby would call a medical model. They had a discussion about what was fucked up about us and how they could change it without even having us involved in the conversation. And they proposed a solution. Put more white people around black people. So Tommy Shelby is like, fuck that. I mean, and I have to agree with him here. To me, that's just some bullshit. Okay? So then he says, look, what happens about profiling neighborhoods? Because it happens, okay? Let's just keep it a buck. It happens. Profiling neighborhoods. Proxy discrimination. What is that? It's another damn definition. Proxy discrimination. Sometimes called profiling or statistical discrimination, is a practice whereby a person makes a decision based on a proxy trait that he or she regards as sufficiently correlated with a relevant material trait. This ain't nothing but Harvard speak for, you see a nigga, you see a ghetto. You see concentrated disadvantage. You see a nigga, you see concentrated disadvantage. So if you want me to just put this, if you want me to put this in plain ass terms, I'm gonna put it in plain terms. What's up, Doc Johnson? I see you out there, man. You know. And I know this ain't titillating and shit, but it's important. Okay? Anyway, the otherwise irrelevant proxy functions as a reliable sign of the presence of the material trait. So if I see a nigga, I can pretty much rely on that fact that you're gonna see some poverty and you're gonna see some concentrated disadvantage. And, you know, the author says this can actually be rational when the proxy trait is actually easier, quicker, or cheaper to detect than the material trait. And he says we do this quite often. Thank you, Doc. I appreciate that. Appreciate that, Doc. He says we use age as a proxy for responsibility when deciding who to allow to vote, to drink, or to drive. Age is easily, quickly, and cheaply discerned, but responsibility is not. When deciding whether to buy or rent in a neighborhood, some people may use race as a proxy for some other relevant desirable or undesirable characteristic that would be difficult, costly, or time-consuming to discover if race were not relied upon. The racial profiling of neighborhoods should be distinguished from similar phenomena. For example, some might purposefully avoid high-poverty neighborhoods without relying on racial proxies and without seeking to avoid blacks. Low-income people, god damn. Low-income people, man. Whatever their racial identity, often have lots of needs that can be satisfied only through a variety of expensive public services, which typically means all else equal higher local taxes. As discussed earlier, concentrated poverty is strongly associated with concentrated disadvantage. Those exposed to concentrated disadvantage for long periods, particularly those born and raised in such environments, you ghetto niggas, you pookies and strags, are widely believed to exhibit higher rates of delinquency. Higher rates of delinquency, criminal deviance, drug and alcohol abuse, mental and physical illness, teenage pregnancy, welfare receipt, and joblessness. You pookies, you poor motherfuckers. The presence of lots of poor kids in a school may bring down the school's test scores, may slow the pace of instruction, and may hinder the development of more privileged children through negative peer effects. Like, I don't want my son going to school, right, you know, with a crack fiend, a crack mama, crack fiend mama. I don't want to go to school. I don't want my kids going to school with Tupac. I don't want my kids going to school with Tupac. His mama's a crackhead. Okay? I don't want my kid going to school with that goddamn thought, that strag who fucking pregnant at 15. I don't want my daughter going to that school, okay? Anyway, all right. So anyway, if whites avoid high poverty neighborhoods, they will, as a consequence, often be avoiding black neighborhoods, thus contributing to segregation. But this practice, while perhaps otherwise problematic, is not an instance of racial profiling, because by hypothesis, racial proxies aren't being relied upon. So he says if you discriminate just based on class alone, or say you just don't want to be around low-income people alone, then you're not using racial proxy. But he's not going to stop here, though. He's got a more developed argument, okay? Anyway, indeed, some blacks and some among the poor may also seek to avoid high-poverty neighborhoods for similar reasons. I've heard this argument used in this space quite often, okay? The profit reason is avoiding concentrated poverty. And it may be, of course, insincere or held in bad faith. Though justifying their neighborhood choices in terms of concerns about the negative consequences of concentrated poverty, some might be actually seeking to avoid blacks. Knowing that black neighborhoods are typically high poverty neighborhoods, this ostensible avoidance of high poverty areas could simply be a rationalization of anti-black bias. This phenomenon, though obviously deplorable, isn't neighborhood racial profiling. Okay, so he's saying what it is, what racial profiling is not, okay? Racial proxy discrimination also shouldn't be confused with preference for class-based affiliation. Some people might use socioeconomic status as a proxy for lifestyle. People of the same class status or class background often have similar interests and values. Relying on this generalization, some affluent persons might avoid high poverty neighborhoods because they seek to have neighbors with similar lifestyles. Like, I don't want to be around a whole bunch of broke motherfuckers struggling. I recently saw some shit like that on the internet too, where you got people saying they don't want to affiliate with what they call struggle streamers. I only want to deal with streamers who got above 10,000 and above subscribers. I don't fuck with the struggle streamers. I get it, okay. I only deal with people who are close to my social status. Okay. They might desire class homogeneity because they want to live in a community of people with shared interests and values. This practice, too, will contribute to segregation patterns. But the proxy here is class, not race. And he says, of course, such class proxy discrimination might also be insincere or in bad faith, a convenient and plausible cover for racism. Some residential preferences are no more than an effort to benefit opportunistically from a racial status hierarchy. Some residential preferences are no more than an effort to benefit opportunistically from a racial status hierarchy. Because of anti-black racism, metropolitan neighborhoods with no or few blacks have high prestige. Where I'm from, it's called Ladue, Creve Coeur. I mean, where I'm from. St. Charles, I guess. Like if you're in the Houston area, the Woodlands or some shit like that. Okay? Because of anti-black racism, metropolitan neighborhoods with no or few blacks have high prestige. And some are willing to pay a premium to live in such neighborhoods to gain this dubious residential status. As a result of these racial status differences between residential communities, white neighborhoods also have higher and more stable property values than black neighborhoods. Even people who don't affirm the racial status hierarchy might nevertheless exploit it to gain financial advantages, such as inflated property values. Seeking, to profit from injustice in this way is wrong, of course, but it is not the kind of racial profiling of neighborhoods at issue. So he says this, is wrong to exploit, injustice for profit. I don't know if I don't know how you feel about that. That's something we can have a discussion about. If the metropolitan neighborhoods where blacks are segregated tend to be places of concentrated disadvantage, ghettos, the neighborhoods with a high percentage of blacks might be a good proxy for low-quality neighborhoods. And again, what's a low-quality neighborhood? Look, a low-quality neighborhood is a disadvantaged neighborhood, okay? Where there is low-performing schools, high rates of crime and violence, dilapidated and insufficient housing stock, low property values, exposure to toxins, limited employment opportunities, few good local grocery stores, visible signs of disorder, few recreational sites, and inefficient and expensive public transportation. So that's what that is, okay? Many black neighborhoods that do not themselves have high poverty rates are adjacent to such neighborhoods and thus experience spillover effects, which, by the way, leads him to say that there's something called type 2 ghettos, black neighborhoods that have moderate levels of poverty, and yet their concentrated disadvantage is almost as severe as in ghetto neighborhoods. Because, let's just face it. Let's just tell the truth, man. Like, you can run, but you can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide, okay? And Marcus, just in case you don't know, I'm reading a book called Dark Ghettos, Injustice, Dissent, and Reform by Tommy Shelby. I figured, why not have a conversation about the ghetto that's in-depth, that's protracted, and that basically doesn't leave any stone unturned. Let's talk about all the shit. Let's not talk about part of it. Let's talk about it all. Let's talk about Pookie, Ray Ray. Let's talk about Strags and all that. Let's talk about all the shit. So that's why I'm doing this. Okay? Moreover, residents of more advantaged neighborhoods, particularly those that already have moderate rates of poverty, say 20 to 30%, might worry that were blacks to constitute a significant percentage of their neighbors, the problems associated with concentrated disadvantage would likely become prevalent, putting their neighborhood on a path toward decline. There you go. There's the uppity nigga syndrome right there. I don't want to see more of these low life niggas move into my neighborhood because they gonna fuck it up. We trying to climb out of poverty, but here come these other niggas fucking it up for all of us. There you go. That's it right there. That's it right there. Okay? Persons with the financial means might therefore avoid black or blackening neighborhoods, not because they're hostile to blacks, but because they want to avoid living in or near a neighborhood with concentrated disadvantage, and they see the large presence of blacks in a neighborhood as a reliable sign of such disadvantage. He says such racial profiling of neighborhoods relies on generalizations about racial demographic patterns, but it needn't rely on pernicious stereotypes. One doesn't have to believe, for example, that blacks tend to be lazy, criminal, or unintelligent to conclude that a high percentage of blacks in a neighborhood is a sign of a disadvantage, and thus undesirable neighborhood. And one doesn't, it's only true, it's true precisely because of what the injustice that exists in America. Okay? So it says you don't have to believe that blacks are lazy or they're criminal or that they're stupid to also, understand or conclude that, like, if you see a lot of blacks, the neighborhood is going to be disadvantaged. Okay? It just is. Okay? And one doesn't have to believe that most blacks are poor to think that where lots of blacks reside, these neighborhoods will suffer from concentrated disadvantage and its negative effects. The person who relies on such generalizations when making housing decisions may even lament the fact that a high percentage of blacks usually means high rates of poverty and related forms of disadvantage. He's got quotes. I'm not going to even look at the quotes. Perhaps they believe that the connection between black neighborhoods and high concentrations of poverty is the result of racial and economic injustices. And perhaps they fight against these injustices in other ways. Still, the practice of profiling neighborhoods, while maybe not racist, does contribute to ghetto poverty by perpetuating segregation patterns. So, can the practice be justified to the ghetto poor? That's the question. If the generalizations that purport to justify such profiling aren't well grounded in the facts, for instance, if the proxy trait isn't highly correlated with the material traits, the proxy discrimination isn't rational, and we might thus suspect that racial bias undergirds the practice. If a neighborhood profiling by race is based on factual errors and also harms the interests of blacks, this might be sufficient reason to object to the practice. But what if the generalizations are reasonably sound? I think that they are reasonably sound. Analogies to the racial profiling of individuals may mislead here. For instance, one might think that even if race is a good proxy for a relevant disqualifying trait in employment decisions, we should not exclude from consideration individuals who have the proxy trait, because each individual should have an opportunity to compete for jobs on the basis of his or her merits. Using racial generalizations, one might conclude, unfairly denies individuals the chance to show that they possess the relevant traits of merit. This meritocratic principle is, however, irrelevant to the permissibility of profiling neighborhoods, because neighborhoods don't have the same right to fair treatment that individuals do, and using proxies to decide on the relative desirabilities of neighborhoods is not, in and of itself, unjust treatment. If a person relies on the presence of playgrounds in a neighborhood as a proxy for the concentration of school-aged children, say because he wants children around to play with his own child, or because he doesn't like children and wants to avoid being around them, this is not unfair treatment to a neighborhood that lacks playgrounds, but has plenty of children, or to the neighborhood that has several playgrounds, but few children. So he says it might, and I get his point there, it might also be thought that the profiling of neighborhoods is relevantly similar to purposefully avoiding individual blacks in public places, because given crime statistics, one thinks that they might be criminals or violent. Are niggas criminals and violent? When a person takes evasive action to avoid a black person on the street, the black person may feel humiliated by this public shunning. Yet, when a person decides not to buy or rent in a residential neighborhood because the neighborhood has a large number of blacks, residents of the neighborhood rarely know that the decision has been made at all, let alone that racial proxies were used in making it. Of course, they may know that in general, the practice of neighborhood profiling exists, and this fact may cause some resentment, but they are not generally subject to public humiliation because the decision to not buy or rent in a neighborhood is usually not an act in public view. Still, even if the practice of profiling neighborhoods by race isn't unfair to disfavored neighborhoods or humiliating for their residents, it is problematic on other grounds. He says, keep in mind that the rationale behind proxy discrimination is that the proxy trait is easier, less costly, or less time-consuming to detect than the material trait. So that's what proxy discrimination is about. Just keep that in mind. Redefining what proxy discrimination is, okay? But neighborhood facts like crime rates, school quality, and property values can be readily found on the internet or through real estate agents. Even neighborhood poverty rates are relatively easy to discover without having to rely on racial proxies, as these are facts that are available through U.S. Census data, which are also online. Given the pervasiveness of racial bias and the consequences of such bias for segregation, it would be morally irresponsible to resort to racial proxies when you have information readily at your fingertips about concentrated disadvantage. But come on, man, bruh, like just keep it a buck, Tommy. Motherfuckers ain't gonna go through all that, man. They just gonna avoid the proxy. You already know this, bruh. They're gonna avoid the proxy, bruh. Anyway, it goes on to say the fact that ghetto poverty has been caused by racial and economic injustices should also put a brake on the racial profiling of neighborhoods. So he's giving reasons for why not. For one, the first reason is you don't need the proxy. You can actually look at the data and find out if the neighborhood has concentrated poverty or if the neighborhood is actually truly disadvantaged. You don't have to rely on the black proxy, the nigger argument. All you got to do is look up on the internet. The second is, he says, ghetto poverty itself has been caused by racial and economic injustices should put a brake on the practice. Our duty to foster just institutional arrangements gives us strong reason to avoid reinforcing injustices or perpetuating their negative consequences, particularly when this can be done with relatively little cost to ourselves. Some might deny that the permissibility of neighborhood profiling turns on the specific explanation for the connection between the proxy trait, race, and the material trait, socioeconomic status. That is, some may believe that, some may believe that the fact that injustices have caused blacks to be disproportionately poor and concentrated in ghettos is irrelevant to the permissibility of avoiding neighborhoods with high concentrations of blacks. I'm not sure that's right, but let's suppose it is. I mean, come on, man. Like, look, the argument that somebody's going to make is this. I'm white, and I think fucking racial injustice is fucked up, but what am I supposed to do about that shit? Put myself at a disadvantage by just, moving around in a neighborhood near them? Why would I take that burden on to myself? That's what the average white person's gonna say. I want my fucking kids to have the best of the best, or the best that I can give them. So, even though I lament injustice, I don't want to have to deal with. That's the argument that they're gonna make. I'm guaranteeing you that's the argument they're gonna make. Okay? He says, I'm not sure that's right, but let's suppose it is. If the ills of concentrated black poverty are the result of an unjust basic structure, and of course this goes back to what the basic structure of society is, then these burdens should at least be more equitably shared. Because again, he says society is a form of joint social cooperation in which benefits and burdens are shared equally amongst the participants in the society. That's what the social contract is supposed to be. It's based upon the norm of reciprocity. That's what he says anyway, okay? That's the argument. So benefits and burdens of social cooperation should be shared, okay? He says the issue here is the distribution of disadvantages caused by injustice and the costs of corrective justice. All else being equal, these costs should be paid largely by those who have benefited most from the unjust basic structure. God damn. As they have profited most from the injustices of the social scheme. Their claim on these benefits is therefore weakest, and when possible, we should seek to relieve the most oppressed from having to carry so much of the burdens of injustice as we work towards a more just society. Now that's a hell of a claim there, man. Let me hold on, let me do something right quick. So again, so the basic structure of society is going back to the Cliff Notes, okay? What is the basic structure? The basic structure of a society is composed of the major political, economic, and social institutions that make social cooperation possible and that distribute the benefits and the burdens of the cooperation. That's what the basic structure of society is. The economic, the political, and the social institutions that make cooperation possible and that distribute benefits and burdens to the members of the society. Okay? Again, he goes on to say that the principle of reciprocity or the norm of reciprocity ought to apply to society, and society ought to be perceived as a system of social cooperation over time, and the distribution of benefits and burdens should be shared as much as possible by each citizen. Each citizen has a duty to do his or her fair share of taking on the burdens of social cooperation, such that the benefits that they receive are justifiable. And that's the argument here. So going back, he says, so if you're the type of guy that's saying, hey, look, I want my kid to have the best of the best. I don't want to have to take on any burdens. I know society is fucked up. It's not just. I know it's not, the way the black people have been treated is horrible. The conditions that they've been subjected to is morally reprehensible. But what the fuck should I disadvantage myself for? And here's the argument that he uses. I mean, you can agree or disagree, but it is an argument. He says, look, if the ills of black poverty are the result of unjust institutions, then you have to do something to correct it. The burdens should be more equitably shared. You can't just put all of the burdens on black folks. So he says, all else being equal, the cost should be paid largely by those who have benefited the most from injustice, as they have profited most from, the unjust social scheme. Their claim on these benefits is therefore weakest. And when possible, we should seek to relieve the most oppressed from having to carry so much of the burdens of injustice as we work towards a more just society. Now he says, now even if racial profiling of neighborhoods to avoid concentrated disadvantage is indefensible, this doesn't show that avoiding concentrated disadvantage is impermissible. The risk and cost of residing in such neighborhoods may be too high to reasonably expect people with other options to accept these burdens as a condition or as their contribution to correcting injustice. So, again, why the fuck should I take on that burden if I'm a white guy? Or even if I'm a middle-class black person? Why should I have to pay the black tax? He says the issues here are complex. I'm not sure how to best resolve them, but it is worth noting that if the avoidance of high poverty neighborhoods is morally defensible, then some practices that contribute to segregation are not unjust. Not all racial profiling of neighborhoods is a matter of preferring to avoid concentrated poverty, though. Some making residential choices might be interested in other material traits that are correlated with high concentrations of black residents. For example, some might be concerned to avoid certain cultural patterns or the prevalence of particular political attitudes. These material traits are not so easily discerned in the absence of proxies, and it is not clear that the concentration between black identity on the one hand and cultural traits or political attitudes on the other can be explained by injustice. Some whites may dislike the cultural patterns typical of blacks. There you go. There you go. Some whites might not like being around you pookie ass niggas. We don't want to be around glorrillas. We don't want to be around sweeties and futures. We don't want to be around Kodak blacks, niggas with face tattoos and shit. We don't want to see it. We don't want to be around Cardi B's and shit. Okay? All right? Some whites may not like the cultural patterns typical of blacks or typical of working class or poor blacks, or at least strongly prefer non-black cultural forms. They may be averse to the lifestyle or cultural tastes of the average black person. Damn. This aversion needn't be premised on culture of poverty theory. And at some point he's going to get into that culture of poverty. Because this is something Republicans and shit they refer to all the time. There's a culture of poverty. The hypothesis that concentrated disadvantage leads to self-defeating and other problematic cultural patterns, and it needn't presuppose cultural essentialism. The assumption, not unreasonable, is that there are recognizable cultural patterns more typical of blacks than of other social groups, such that race is a reliable proxy for these patterns. We talking about you blunt smoking, 40-ounce drinking, weave wearing, tattoo motherfucking face having, dreadlock nigga, pants sagging niggas. Okay? Okay? If you see a high percentage of blacks, you're going to eventually find one of them that's going to be fucking putting blunt innards all over the fucking sidewalk and leaving goddamn beer cans and fucking McDonald's wrappers and shit everywhere. A high percentage of blacks in a neighborhood is likely to affect its cultural dynamics, which may in turn attract certain kinds of business establishments and cultural institutions that cater to black preferences. Like, for example, the Asian nail shop or the weave shop or the barbecue store or the packaged liquor store. The chicken wing shack. You gotta have a bodega, like a corner store, to sell all the blunt wraps and the motherfucking the malt liquor at. Hey, little Bear say, never forget Amber Rose wants a rich tattoo and a man that doesn't cheat. You know, hey, man. You know what I had to say to all of that, though, for real? Like, I mean, let me just keep this shit a buck, man. The white rock artists, man, they're the motherfuckers that started all this tattooing shit, and motherfuckers in jail. Like, if you look like all of this newfangled tattoo shit, like, you'd be hard-pressed 30 years ago to see a black person, man, with fully inked up. You see a whole bunch of beatnik white boys, you know, jacketed up. But you wouldn't see that shit on for black folks. You wouldn't see it. But now the shit is everywhere. I partially blame, you know, hip-hop, Allen Iverson and all them. Everybody wanted to be Allen Iverson and shit, so everybody started wearing fucking cornrows and getting tattoos and taking jail culture and making it hip and cool. You even had white boys like, what they call the boy, Post Malone or some shit. He's the white Iverson. Now this motherfucker got a face full of tats and shit and got had his hair corn rolled up with gold teeth and shit. But I can't say, you know, I can't blame it on Allen Iverson. I just blame it on motherfuckers wanting to be cool and taking their cue from the media on what to fucking do to be successful in life or to have a style. You ain't got to do everything you fucking see on TV, man. You ain't got to do everything you see on Instagram or TikTok, man. You can bypass the challenge, bitch. You don't have to do everything because somebody else doing the shit. You just don't have to. You can be unique and authentic and start your own style. But let me stop. Let me get back to this. One consideration when choosing a neighborhood, indeed when choosing a city or town, is its cultural patterns and associated commercial services. Nearby restaurants, recreational facilities, music venues, art establishments, and clothing stores. Now, if one dislikes black culture, not because of its intrinsic properties, but because one is prejudiced towards blacks, then that would obviously be racist. Or because of racial bias, one might be led to make unjustified and unflattering generalizations about the cultural patterns of blacks. This too would be racist. But the desire to avoid a neighborhood where black culture is pervasive isn't necessarily racist. It may simply be a matter of taste. After all, some blacks choose black neighborhoods because they expect to find more agreeable cultural patterns there. Many might also avoid a neighborhood because of political attitudes that they expect to prevail there. Blacks and whites differ on average with respect to political ideology, particularly with respect to issues of crime control, poverty, and distributive justice. That's beginning to change. That's beginning to change. A neighborhood with a high concentration of blacks will generally mean a neighborhood with a lot of liberals, radicals, and black nationalists, just as a neighborhood with a high percentage of whites would typically mean a lot of people who are conservative on redistributive taxation, anti-poverty measures, and crime control. That's important. There's your Democrat, Republican shit right there. There's your, and the Brexit phenomenon, all of that. Now, of course, this book was written before, the whole conversation centered around Brexit and Donald Trump and all that shit. This book was pre-Trump. It's pre-Trump. In fact, the voting patterns are a reliable indicator, then the correlation between black identity and political ideology is much tighter than the correlation between whiteness and political ideology. For example, it is not unusual for for Democratic candidates to garner 90% of the black vote. And I think that's just fucking problematic. If I could talk to Tommy Shelby, I would say, isn't that problematic, Tommy? Is it not problematic? Many might be less inclined to join a neighborhood where their political views are not dominant or where they will be politically marginalized. And he would say that's irrelevant to the conversation at hand, though. I know he would. Some prefer not to socialize with people with whom they have fundamental political disagreements. And no one wants to be subject to the laws their political opponents favor. Thus, using race as a proxy for cultural patterns or political attitudes is not irrational and need not be a reflection of racial bias. Although the desire for agreeable neighborhood, cultural, and political dynamics may be less weighty than the reasons to avoid concentrated poverty, these preferences are, other things equal, legitimate basis for residential choice. Yet, these preferences, while not intrinsically immoral, would, if acted upon, contribute to racial segregation and ghetto poverty. And this is going to bring me to the last part, right? I'm going to read this one little section here, and then I'm going to be done. I got to read the duty to justice, and then I'm off with it. So if there is an obligation to reduce black concentrated poverty through residential integration, then these cultural and political preferences must be outweighed by the duty of justice. So it's like, look, he just made all of these fucking arguments. Like, to be perfectly honest, I don't know exactly why he's made these arguments the way he has. Foreshadowing it, because I haven't read the entire chapter, but I can see, I do know that he's going to be responding to a white female philosopher named Elizabeth Anderson, who he considers to be a new integrationist. And of course, they use the medical model in order to say what's fucked up about the ghettos and how they can solve the issues and whatever the case may be. And I think Tommy Shelby is just trying to be charitable to white people to some degree by saying, look, here's ways that they could get around the direct race, like I'm avoiding these people because I hate niggers. He's like, well, you can make other kind of arguments in replacement for that. Just by proxy, you can say, look, man, if there's smoke, there's probably going to be some fire around. If there's some Negroes around, you're probably going to have some poverty and some disadvantage, concentrated disadvantage. I don't want to be exposed to that. So, maybe I'm, a little selfish here, but I don't want to take on that burden of living around a whole bunch of motherfuckers that have bad cultural traits and shit like that. I don't want to be around the shit. I just don't want to be exposed to it. So then he says, look, even if it's the case that these preferences of wealthier or whiter people, are not intrinsically immoral, they do contribute to racial segregation and to ghetto poverty. So if there is an obligation to reduce Black concentrated poverty through residential integration, and he doesn't agree with this. I can tell you right now, he's already said he doesn't agree with this. He's already disagreed with this. Then these cultural and political preferences must be outweighed by the duty of justice. So what's the duty of justice? Now I can tell you right now, the duty of justice is going to be more compulsory than that of just basic morality. Now, not to say that you don't have a duty to behave morally, but I mean, like, just if you do something immoral, it doesn't necessarily mean that you've done something illegal. Or justice to me has to do with, like politics, institutions, and there are strict requirements. It has to do with rights and things of that nature. Whereas morality has to do with what's right or wrong, or what's good, or, what's not good. Like, I mean, if you lie, if you cheat on your wife and go fuck a bitch elsewhere, that's immoral. Maybe in the past it would have even been illegal. And in some cultures it might still be illegal. But in this culture, the shit is not illegal at all. If you lie, it's immoral, but it's not necessarily unjust in terms of legality. That's a bad example, actually, but I mean, I'm gonna roll with it for the sake of arguments. I'm gonna roll with it. Anyway, the duty of justice. The duty of justice is a moral requirement all are bound by. It demands, most fundamentally, that each of us respect and support just institutions, particularly those that lay claim to our allegiance and from which we benefit. When we fall under the jurisdiction of a just institutional framework, we fulfill this duty by complying with the institution's rules and encouraging others to do the same. Just institutions could not remain stable and just if individuals did not regard themselves as bound to respect and support them. And again, as far as I'm concerned, like that's why I said this was a bad example that I used. All of this shit is Kantian morality, if you know anything about Kantian morality and deontology. I mean, the idea is to take, quite frankly, a Christian concept, the golden rule, to abstract away from the theological interpretation or any aspects related to religiosity and just use reason in order to justify what the heart of the golden rule is about. And at the heart of it is, don't do to other people that you don't want done to you. If you don't want to be cheated on, don't cheat. If you don't want to be lied about, don't lie on other motherfuckers. If you don't want to be exploited, don't exploit people. I mean, it's just some simple shit. But as it pertains to Kantian morality, it's like, okay, don't make up principles of action that you can't expect everyone to abide by. Can't make up things where you can do some fucked up shit and nobody else can. You make exceptions for yourself. But he's applying a moral concept to a political ideal. And he's saying, well, you gotta abide by the rules. You can't just break them because it's convenient for you. You gotta abide by the rules and the principles of justice. So he says the very idea of social justice presupposes the duty of justice. No one can resent being treated unjustly by the basic structure of society yet consistently reject the duty of justice. In this way, the duty of justice is simply a corollary of the value of justice itself. Justice would be an empty ideal without it. And then he refers to Rawls. Rawls argues for the validity of this duty by pointing out that the parties in the original position, seeing their common rational interest in the existence and stability of just institutions, would naturally agree that everyone should support and further such institutions. So like I already covered Rawls before, but the original position is the position that you would be in if you're going to make up a society from scratch. You're going to make up the institutions, the social, political, and economic institutions from scratch. And you're going to use principles of fairness, especially if you put on the veil of ignorance such that you don't know who you'll be. And there's an analogy that's often used like a cake, okay? I've seen people use this. Like if I say it's 20 people in a room and you give me a sheet of cake and you say, hey, you can cut this cake. Now, you can cut it in, however many pieces you want, but you're going to be the last motherfucker to get a piece. How are you going to cut that cake? You're going to cut the cake equally into 20 pieces so that the 20th piece is going to be equal to the first piece that was cut. I mean, that's just, like principally to begin with. So anyway, in this way, the duty of justice is simply a corollary of the value of justice itself. Justice would be an empty ideal without it. Rawls argues for the validity of this duty by pointing out the parties in the original position, seeing their common rational interest in the existence and stability of institutions, would naturally agree that everyone ought to support those institutions. When an institutional arrangement is seriously unjust, the duty of justice still has a claim on us. Perhaps its strongest demand is that we help to establish a just social order and to reform unjust institutions. Nobody wants to do that part, though. Everybody wants to enjoy the benefits. Nobody wants to fucking take on the burdens. That's just the facts, man. Everybody wants to reap the benefits. Nobody wants to go out and bust their ass in the rod patch. Everybody wants the building to be built or the road to be laid out, but nobody wants to put in the fucking grunt work in order to get it done. They just want to be able to roll on the highway. I'll use an analogy of what it's like. Okay, so let's say, for example, you are a construction worker and you're on a job site and you have to move 2,000 pounds of steel from location A to location B. It's 5 of y'all and y'all got to do it. If the situation is fair, all 5 of y'all gonna do the best you can to move the fucking steel from point A to point B. If it has to be done by hand. And in many instances, it does. Now, you already know it's some free ride motherfuckers out there that won't do their fair share. You already know it's some people out there that won't do. I've even been in like gangs of iron workers where a motherfucker just put their hand on the bar. You can tell this motherfucker ain't putting no effort, no energy into pulling it, lifting it, pushing it, moving it, tying it, none of that. And the first thing I tell him is, hey, bruh, put your dick beaters on the boy and move that motherfucker. I'm not about to pull your weight and mine. You gonna pull your fucking weight here today, partner. I'm gonna let him know. You gonna pull your weight here today, partner. Ain't no putting no fucking hand on the ball. You gonna lift it, tie it, push it, and pull it, and that's just what it is. Otherwise, I'm gonna drag your ass around this whole goddamn day. You gonna feel like you did more work by trying to avoid it. But anyway, obviously the principal perpetrators of injustice should cease their moral actions, reform their ways, and provide compensation and issue sincere apologies to their victims. Right. Good luck with that one, bro. The burden to set things right naturally falls on them first and most heavily. Bystanders, too, whether they are beneficiaries of the unjust regime or in no way complicit, should do their part to bring about justice. In addition, though, and contrary to what some might suppose, the oppressed should contribute to the reform effort not simply out of self-interest, but because of the duty of justice enjoins them to do so. This sounds like some David Walker to me. To be sure, the conditions of oppression, by their very nature, are forcibly imposed on the oppressed, and the oppressed may bear no responsibility for the injustices they endure. Nevertheless, the oppressed do have some freedom to determine how they will respond to these conditions. For example, whether they will acquiesce or resist. And the duty to help correct injustices is binding regardless of who the victims are, whether others or oneself. That's from David Walker right there. Guaranteed. The duty of justice then is a fundamental normative ground of the ethics of resistance. You are bound by duty to resist against injustice, if it's yourself or of somebody else. Sometimes our circumstances are such that we can't do much to effectively reform unjust institutions, at least not without great personal sacrifice. Still, a somewhat weaker demand that we can often meet is that, as far as reasonably possible, we not actively lend support by word or deed to an unjust social structure. That's a lot to unpack. This isn't simply a matter of keeping one's hands clean. Supporting unjust institutions can give them legitimacy, effectively strengthening their power over the oppressed and enhancing their staying power. We should therefore do all we can to avoid complicity with oppressive structures, to refuse to cooperate with them. This duty is not absolute, however, because it may sometimes be practically impossible to reduce the suffering of the oppressed without inadvertently helping to perpetuate an unjust social system. Buying slaves to set them free lends legitimacy to a slave regime by suggesting that it is morally permissible to buy and sell human beings. Yet it may be the right thing to do, all things considered. The weakest demand that the duty of justice imposes, a requirement that is all but inescapable regardless of one's circumstances, is that we not be indifferent to social or societal injustices. This is the least you can do. Even if you can't make a positive contribution to social reform and cannot entirely avoid some complicity or compromises with an unjust system, you should at least care about the injustice. When we show a lack of concern about ongoing injustices, we fail to value justice properly, fail to acknowledge the moral urgency and normative priority it should have in our lives. Apathy in the face of injustice is a serious vice, for it allows oppressive relations to go unchallenged, enabling their continued existence. Such apathy is also an affront to those who suffer from injustice, as it suggests that their pain isn't worthy of concern. Despite having a strong personal interest in not being treated unjustly, the oppressed can sometimes exhibit this vice. For example, when they resign themselves to living under unjust conditions, regarding these conditions as just the way things are, or worse. If you can't beat them, join them. A lot of niggas with that mentality in this space. I hate to say it. Even when pessimism about the prospects for positive social change is warranted, and when the way forward with social reform is obscure, passive acceptance of the status quo is not the only remaining option. One can still publicly condemn the injustice by taking advantage of low-cost opportunities to openly express one's principled opposition to it. That is, one can dissent. And that's where I'm not gonna read any more of this shit tonight, man. I mean, it was long as it is, man. It's like, damn, it took me damn near an hour and 30 minutes, damn near 2 hours to read what I did read. Got any questions? Got any comments? Now's the time to do so. Otherwise, I'm getting the hell up out of here, man. I mean, this is a lot to unpack, but I mean, you know, basically what he's saying is everybody has a duty to justice. You have a duty to dissent against injustice, even if you're oppressed. You should not seek to benefit from unjust social arrangements and to just look out for your goddamn self. You shouldn't do that. Whether you're white, whether you're black, whatever the case may be. If it's some injustice, you should at least object to it, because you have a perfect duty to ensure that as much justice as you can possibly bring about exists in the context of the society in which you live. You shouldn't support and endorse exploitation. So, I mean, you know, I don't know, man. This is a lot to take in from one chapter. Appreciate that, BGS. And I know this ain't riveting. I mean, it can be riveting if you contextualize the conversation. So, you know, initially he created a lot of excuses for white people and, you know, from some uppity Negroes. Dollar Will says we got to stop allowing our calls for equality from becoming proximity arguments. I don't know what that means, though. You need to flesh that out and to detail that in more clarity, because I don't know what that means. And of course, values do matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, nobody's going to say values don't matter, but values are not created in a vacuum. And one of the biggest values that people ought to have, I mean, as you see here, one of the biggest values that you ought to have is a fucking value that arcs towards ensuring that justice exists within the society in which you live. One can argue that's the paramount value you should have. It's to ensure that more justice is brought about in the culture in which you live, not less. You know, I mean, you know, motherfuckers in America tend to think that, you know, life is a game and money is how you keep score. But let's just be frank about this shit, man. I mean, given the context of how black people, man, you know, were treated in this country, man, that, you know, like white folks got a fucking duty, man, to correct it. But will they? Dollar Will say he's hooking up this mic. Go ahead and hook that joint up, bro. And I get it. I understand. I mean, all of the arguments here make a lot of sense to a certain extent. Like, it's like, okay, well, why would I want to live around a whole bunch of motherfuckers that have no home training? I'm going to avoid that. I'm going to avoid that like the plague. Why should I want to be around that? But the question is, what kind of society do you want to have? Do you want to have one that continuously, contributes towards the proliferation of plutocracy? Or do you want a more just and equitable society? It's on you. What kind do you want? What do you really value? I guess Dollar Will ain't gonna show up, man. He might be trying to show up, but if ain't nobody gonna show up, man, then I'm gonna give it about 5 minutes. If ain't nobody showed up in about 5 minutes, I'm getting up out of here, man. It's a lot that I could be talking about. I could be talking about the Griner, the Brittany Griner situation. I could be talking about Derek Jackson and all that bullshit, which I might at some point. But I mean, like, these are principal conversations that I'm trying to have, man. Oh, man, I was going to make jambalaya, but I ain't going to make jambalaya, man. I'm going to make something altogether different, BGS. I got to do something different today, man. I thawed out the chicken thighs and everything, man. LeVar says, for my sinning fees, keep doing what you're doing, doctor. Hey, look, what I'm doing right now, I ain't paying a lot of dividends, but hey, it is what I think it's necessary work, though, because I'm just tired of hearing people making all these fucking arguments about Pookie and Ray Ray and the values of the people in the black community and shit. And I know people want to, avoid having, the pathology rub off on themselves. But let's just fucking face the facts, man. Most black people, man, are either in the ghetto or close to it. And either they're living in situations in which there is concentrated disadvantage, or they're in a type 2 ghetto where damn near they're very close to it. Now, are there some people who are able to escape it? Sure, there are. Yeah, I could talk about Deion Sanders too. I could talk about Deion. But in my viewpoint, I would say, just from my perspective, I think Deion did his due diligence in paying into the pot to alleviate injustice to a certain extent. Like, it's like, how much of the tax do you have to pay? And then I go back to the analogy that I made with the construction work. Everybody is obligated to eliminate the injustice. Everybody's, even the people who are subjected to it. They're required to resist against the injustice, but everybody's required to eliminate it. Not to make excuses for it, not to try to find ways to shirk responsibility for it, but to actually pick up the fucking trash. Deion Sanders did his fucking due diligence as far as I'm concerned. He went to a place, he put his time in, he created a situation that was more optimal than what it was when he was there initially. He created a situation in which there's something better there now. Now it's time to look out for me. I mean, you don't have to take on all the burdens by yourself. That's super derogatory. Okay, we got Dollar Wheel up. He finally came up. Let's crack him up.
Oh
What's
man,
happening?
what's happening? Man, I had all kinds of stuff. I'm looking at the colorful beach ball on my Mac. My Mac did not want to let me on here tonight, but I'm glad you held on, man. But yeah, this is one of the topics that one of my pet peeves on this one. What I was trying to say was I had a pretty like contentious kind of argument some time ago with this educational reporter at this, let me just say, this media company that I worked at for 25 years. And because every time he would cover education about urban areas, the story in no time flat would end up into a story about population demographics.
Right, right,
And I'm
right.
like, that's what I meant. But every time we start talking about equal distribution of the wealth and resources, the counter is, well, there's too many of y'all black people concentrating in one area. It's everything that the guy, basically what the gentleman was saying from the article you make it. And that's how we got here. Brown versus Board started with recognition that the resources, the tax money, wasn't being spread out evenly. And so we ended up, and then came the separate is inherently unequal point of view. I think that was a cop out. I think we have to go back and make separate equal or substantially equal, because otherwise we end up continuing in this social experiment, being socially re-engineered into this integration thing. So we have to purchase our equality with assimilation.
Well, here's the issue, bro. And this is what I take umbrage with, right? Like, how do you assimilate, man? I mean, like what values are we discussing? Like, I mean, we got to be frank about this shit, right? And a lot of times we're not really actually frank as we could be about it. Okay.
I guess I don't understand your question when you say how do we see it. It seems like it's happening right now. We are being assimilated. I mean, not to the point of equality, but in terms of us not having a community that we can control on our own, not even really having we are socialized, programmed by the establishment. That's assimilation.
Okay, so the way I see it is this, right? There's some people who say, like there's a slow, and I think BGS makes this argument. I don't know how much I agree with it, because I don't see. I see like a slow admixture thing kind of occurring, but not really. I see. This is what I see. I see gentrification here and there sporadically, but by and large, what I see pockets of concentrated disadvantage that black people have to take on more than any other group of people. Or Native Americans, if you want to talk about Native Americans on reservations, right? But I mean, that's basically it. Like, the concentrated disadvantage and the concentrated poverty is primarily taken on by black folks, particularly black men.
Right.
We're bearing the responsibility, we're bearing the burden for all of that. And so another group of people can have lower taxes and live in affluent white neighborhoods.
And the response
but I would ask, BGS needs to come up, because I would say this to BGS. A lot of Latinos, a lot of them motherfuckers are already white or mestizos. And I mean, there's some black people who could pass as white as well. But like the polar opposite applies to visibly black people. Like, I mean, just think about like what Benjamin Franklin said a long time ago. Let me show you this shit. Benjamin Franklin. On equality between Negroes. Lovely, red and white. If they have the fucking guts to actually show the shit. They won't fucking show the quote, man.
I mean, much of America is still highly segregated. So I'm just saying that we can't solve this problem by moving people around. We got to move the money around, but that will decentralize the power of white folks. They don't want that.
And but see the problem is if it doesn't happen, then basically what you have is a situation in which you got black people bearing more burdens than everybody else. Why should we bear all the fucking disadvantage in the culture in which we live?
If we change the way that money is distributed in America, in the sense that everything is state-based and zip code-based. So if people with a lot of money and good jobs live in one zip code, one city, one state, that state ends up collecting more tax money. And the poor areas get less. We have to change the way that works to create a more consistency across America. We got several Americas.
So here's Benjamin Franklin. Why increase the sons of Africa by planting them in America, where we have so fair an opportunity by excluding all blacks and tawnies of increasing the lovely white and red? I'm not saying that, they totally love Native Americans or Mexicans or people from, the indigenous population of these places or this landmass that we call America, or even South or Northern America. But the reality is they don't treat them like they treat us. Or maybe I'm missing some shit.
No, you're right.
So they are being like this. This is my response to BGS. You know what I'm saying? So even though they're being assimilated to some degree, they ain't being we're not being assimilated like them. We don't have the same type of juice they got. And a lot of them motherfuckers, already identify as white.
A lot of them are.
You know what I'm saying? If you go, it's different in different places. Like in Florida, them motherfuckers, man, I went to Disney World with my daughter, man. And, man, all I can tell you is them motherfuckers look like white people to me.
Well, that's the okie doke. They pitting us, a race, against a culture. They're a multi-language, multilingual, multiracial group. And it's like whenever people come at me with that Hispanic Latino stuff, I say, well, which are you counting the black ones? Because they act like there's no such thing, like none of them are black.
Right, but look,
they playing all levels of games.
So you got Europeans, Native Americans, and Africans. That's the Latino admixture right there. That's the demographics, right? So either it's an indigenous tribe, Spaniard white boy, or Portuguese white boy, or Portuguese white boys, or Spanish white boys, and Negroes. Those are the only ones that's the only fucking races they got.
Right. But in America, they pit us against them, and they take the black Spanish speakers and pretty much put them in that group.
A lot of black Spaniards or so-called Latino, they do that shit to themselves. Like the Dominicans, for instance. Them motherfuckers so far gone about their blackness or their Africanness or their in the influx of Africanness in their population that they deny it altogether.
And so when BGS says admixture, to me, what you just described with the groups you were talking about, that's successful assimilation. That's suicide to me. But
but what's happening to black people is not.
Is that what we want, to be assimilated like that, where we're just totally de-Africanized?
Well, you know, like what the author basically in the text, he already basically says, look, you got a group of people right now, like I haven't even begun to get into this, right? But their whole issue is called new integrationism. We need to force, huh?
What's new about it? That wasn't already happening.
It's not. It ain't happening now. Well, you think like
here's what I mean.
Do we honestly think that America is not segregated, man?
I'm saying that America is segregated, but I'm saying that the opposite. We are being assimilated. Now, here's the extreme I'm talking about would be, let's take a group, say like the Nation of Islam. They are a separatist, or were. I don't think they are anymore. But I'm 59, just so you know about the time frame of my existence. My lifetime, they started out as a separatist organization. So that's one end of the extreme separatists, and most black folks are not separatists. So if you're not going to be some degree of separatist, you're going to assimilate. There's no choice. What are the choices? So if you're not actively in some type of resistance from cultural imperialism or from white folks, you assimilate it. And most black folks are willingly assimilating. We don't even go to HBCUs and talking about Dion, who didn't go to a HBCU himself, but he did go back and help this one. So I applaud that brother for that. But all these people who are all this assimilating they're doing, criticizing Dion for not being the savior. We don't want to be black. We are assimilating. We're not getting the full
that's not assimilation.
Payment. We're not getting our share of what you're talking about. Is that we're not getting equality in exchange for it, but we are.
Yeah, it's one thing to be aspirational. It's another thing to be assimilated. That's how I perceive it. Like, so I would say assimilation is the full integration into the culture. Socially, politically, economically.
By that definition, hell no, we're not assimilated. Because this couldn't have discrimination like this if we were assimilated. By that definition, no.
No, so I don't believe we are. And I don't think that there's some sort of slow admixture taking place. That's just my opinion, though. I just don't see it happening. I mean, the residential segregation patterns in and of themselves demonstrate that shit is not happening.
Will Matik, the mailman. Now, bro, I know what assimilation is. Know it very well. There's levels and degrees to it.
So yeah, but my whole thing is this: black people have Western cultural values.
Right.
I mean, like, how do you not have American Western cultural values if you were born in the United States? Like, I wasn't born in Kenya. I wasn't born in Nigeria. I wasn't born in Liberia. I wasn't born in the Congo. I don't know what their value system is there. I wasn't born in Jamaica. I wasn't born in Antigua Bay. I wasn't born in fucking, St. Kitts. I was born in fucking St. Louis, Missouri. So I don't know what their values are. I can understand that there's something related to a kind of black nationalism, but black people reject black nationalism in the United States.
Fact.
So the question is, like, but you can't do it just because you deny. Okay, so here's what the cat is saying, right? Check it, peep game. And I'm gonna go to it. I gotta go to my screen here. StreamYard. Present. Share the screen. Window. Dark ghettos. Okay, so he's saying, look, the oppressed do have some freedom to determine how they will respond to injustice, whether they will acquiesce or resist. And the duty to help correct injustices is binding regardless who the victims are, whether others or oneself. But you got a group of black folks who are like, fuck it. I'm gonna do what's best for me and mine and fuck everybody else. Fuck the justice situation. I'm gonna do what's best for me. And they consider that to be assimilation. That's not assimilation.
Right. You're talking about
that's not a permanent fix. That's not a permanent fix to injustice as it pertains to concentrated disadvantage, concentrated poverty, and what disadvantaged neighborhoods. It's not a solution to it.
Are you talking about, just so I understand, you're talking about would this be?
So I'm gonna let the Black Gnostic.
I just want to say, would the post-racial Negroes be one of those groups you talking about that you just described?
Well, I would consider it to be opting out of dealing with the issue of justice altogether. See, what they end up doing is, I'm going to tell you what these post-racial niggas do. They end up saying the same thing the white people say. They say that I don't want to associate myself with people who have negative cultural values and traits. I don't want to be subjected to concentrated disadvantage. And because
but then they turn around. But with that, what the guy in the article said, that a lot of them are doing that, saying that they just don't want to associate with black people because they don't move to a good black neighborhood. They go to a white neighborhood. So it's a lot of they're not being fully honest about where they're coming from. You watch what they do, and you can see that they really just don't like black people.
Yeah, they move
but here's the problem. We already know black people don't like black people either, because black people have been inculcated and indoctrinated to believe that they're inferior and that there's an ontological problem with each other.
And assimilation produces that. That's exactly right.
Yes, it does. Yeah, just like it forms a class system. Like white folks don't want to be associated, live next to a trailer park.
Right.
They don't. So. So that's a class system. In fact,
and that's baked into America.
It's baked in. It's baked into culture, because I was just talking to a sub of mine, Jesse, who's in Ghana right now, and he talks about the difference between the black society in here and the black society in Ghana. Right? They fully recognize class, and they don't associate the same way that we associate in the black community. We have the black community in America has a compressed class structure. We don't recognize class the same way most other groups in the planet actually recognize class. But what I want to say, I'm in California, man, okay, and which is a majority Latino state, as we speak, okay. The majority of the folks, the biggest bulk of people in California are Latino. I'm not talking about Caribbean Latino. I'm talking about South American and Mexico. Okay.
Right. I know what that place like. I already know. Been there.
And I could tell you, my son, his wife was mixed. Okay, so there's a mixed grandson, and I got two more black and Latino grandsons. Okay, it's happening. It's spreading out to the rest of his friends. That is admixture. When I was reading Tragedy and Hope, when Quigley recognized that admixture normally takes about anywhere from 300 to 400 years. That's admixture. To actually admix a group. Brazil is still in the midst of admixing. Okay. What we have in the United States is a forced admixture. Okay. That's what gentrification is really not about. What they call the medical model. Okay, basically they say you put healthy cells or healthy white people into an all black community, and we all know that what follows white people is money. Yeah, that's the way this always works.
I just don't. I understand the argument, BGS, but I just don't see it. And I understand the time. I get the time frame, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
But I also want you to be. I want you to be cognizant of this as well, though, BGS.
Mm-hmm.
The coastal cities, they are their own animal. They're unique.
Yeah.
Okay. They're not like Middle America. Like, see, you from California. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of cats from New York.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm from the Midwest. Okay,
Mm-hmm. Texas.
and so I
And
have
I'm
a
from
different.
DC.
I have a
Texas.
different. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I have a different. See,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
the West Coast.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna say it's more liberal, but I
Mm-hmm.
will say it's
Well,
more
yeah, it is more liberal.
progressive. I would say it's more progressive in relation to social attitudes. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
even the East Coast, I would say. But right
Mm-hmm.
now I live in Texas.
Okay.
Bro, this is an entirely different fucking animal than California. Even though you got Mexicans in this motherfucker too, I ain't gonna say that there's no admixture at all, because I
Mm-hmm.
do see it. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it's none, but I'm saying that people still self-segregate. Okay,
They do.
and,
They do.
and I see, you know, like even in California, I'm pretty sure that there are people who still self-segregate.
We
Okay,
well
and,
Why is
when we
that a
had
problem?
no, when we had a choice to self-segregate, okay, before gentrification. Now you don't have a choice to self-segregate. Okay, you know, basically, in California, I will believe. I don't think there's any more black neighborhoods in California. I know in Los Angeles, there are Southern California. There are no more completely black neighborhoods. We're probably one of the last holdouts trying to hold on. But as people get older and as people come in and Latino and white come in, guess what? It mixes. There's not
they
much you can do about
displaced
it.
the black population, right?
This a lot of black population either died, retired, or they moved south. Um, the same thing. Basically, when I talk to people in Atlanta, the same thing's going on there. Exact same thing's going
Because
on.
motherfuckers can't afford to live there no more.
They can't. Whether they can't afford to live there anymore. The thing is, as people move out, okay, out as you displace people out of the central city where blacks used to live, where did they live? They have to move into mixed neighborhoods again. Like most of the people that got displaced out of Los Angeles, right? They had to move to a place like Las Vegas. Las Vegas is mixed, okay. The outline areas of Los Angeles mixed, okay. You the secondary spot, which is which is Arizona, Phoenix to Tucson. That's mixed, okay. Um, as you just said, like you live in, I think right around Houston, if I'm
Yeah,
not
I live in
mistaken.
I live in a white area, man. It ain't nothing but white motherfuckers around here, bro. I'm
What
just
I'm
gonna
saying
keep it a
is,
buck.
say the central part of Houston where black people live, right? If you break that up and gentrify it and displace black people, where do they move? Is there another black area where they can move?
No,
No.
no, sir.
They get that's the whole point of this gentrification, which Hope Six just expired. I think it expired maybe 5 6 years ago, where most of the Hope Six money has run out. So maybe the gentrification will slow down. But the thing is, that's the whole point: is to break up the black enclaves and push them out. If you push them out, they don't have any place else to go. Except into a mixed neighborhood. Okay. So you're going to displace them, and once you displace them, they know that you're going to stay black or culturally black. But guess what's going to happen to your children? They're going to go to school with white, Latino, whatever else is there, right, within a mixed environment, and that's where they get socialized or assimilated into admixture. Like the
Well,
Z's
you
are
know,
admixing like crazy. But go ahead.
but like so eventually, what he's gonna do is, you know, eventually he's gonna make this kind of argument
Hmm.
that the new integrationists, the whole, you know, like the whole concept of gentrification and
Right.
forcing,
Yeah.
you know, integration because of the idea that there's some sort of policy initiative technocratically
Yeah.
to bust up the ghettos and shit like that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
I
there
mean,
is. I
eventually,
mean, Dollar Will can tell you about what happened in Washington, D.C. That was not voluntary. They forced that stuff on them. But
but
D.C. did not
eventually,
want to
you
break
know,
up their black neighborhoods. Go ahead.
but what he's gonna say is this. First of all,
Mm-hmm.
he's gonna say
Mm-hmm.
like segregation by itself is, first of all, he says segregation in and of itself is not necessarily something that has
True.
moral
That's true.
value attached to it.
That's true.
It's just how people, you know, decide where they want to live or not live. Okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
It can be based on race, but it
Yeah.
doesn't have to. And he's
Yeah.
gonna, you know, the author's gonna end up saying like a lot of black people want to live around other black folks. They don't
Yeah. Yeah.
necessarily want to live around a whole bunch of white people.
That's how
true.
Prince George's County was created. Black folks
Yeah.
consciously chose to live
Little-
around black, but you don't really get to make that choice till you get a certain economic level where you can afford to live in a richer white, in a whiter area.
Yeah.
Most blacks never get to that level, and
Yeah.
when they do get to that level, they're living in areas like in Houston, where you're saying. I'm not saying this is representative of Houston, but where you're staying, where they live around a lot of white folks. You have to go to these big black pockets to see how black people are choosing to live when they get, say, that 6-figure job. Then you see it.
Yeah, and
Listen,
even
this
even
is
with
why
even with Prince George's PG County, which is one of the richest black enclaves, is being gentrified as we speak.
Yes.
And not volunteer. They didn't volunteer for that. But the thing is, this is a forced policy. This is not something that's voluntary.
Yeah, but that's in that case, white folks are being forced to. Because I had 2 white neighbors in my PG neighborhood, and I asked them, "What made you choose to live here among all these black folks?" Straight up, and the guy said, "I couldn't afford the white area, and everybody, people leave me alone. I don't have no problems here." And
So it's a cheaper upscale neighborhood by living around black folks, and that's one of the ways they do that.
But I've also seen it like in North St. Louis or North County, you got a lot of white people who still live around black people to some degree, but it's the phenomenon, of course, is white flight, right? So you see more and more black people, you're like, fuck it, the property value is about to go down. Let me move to another suburb. Let me get Let me get further and further away from these niggas as I possibly can, because eventually what's going to end up happening is the proxy, the whole language of racial proxyism is going to come about, and then the neighborhood is going to become one that is concentrated disadvantaged clusters, right? So you're going to begin to have low incomes, poverty, abnormally low life expectancy, a lot of people with mental and physical illnesses, disabilities, chemical dependency. You're going to start seeing more and more people like that. And, you're going to start seeing low property values, dilapidated buildings, high crime rates, low performing schools, less recreation. Like, all I know is where I live, like where I'm from natively, man, it's still fucked up.
Yeah, but you know what they're doing in Chicago, right? As the population of children go down, okay, what they're supposed to do is close down the schools where the children are not being produced in their neighborhood, right? Guess what they're doing? Instead of closing down white schools, they're taking black kids who have a higher concentration of children and busing them into the white populated schools.
I mean, they've been doing that in St. Louis we've been doing that shit in St. Louis for a while.
And as you do that over time, I'm not saying, because the thing is, you're not seeing it because it is so slow. Okay, and the thing is, you got to, this is like multi-generational scale, even though you can actually track it by numbers, even by the number of interracial marriages, right? What used to be, when I was younger, in my 20s, I think the interracial marriage, dollar bill, was about maybe 1 or 2%. Maybe in the 80s, 70s, and 80s, 1 or 2%.
Yeah.
And now it's 17%, and growing like almost 1% a year.
Yeah,
okay.
We got a whole county, a whole section with it. What's that? Columbia, Maryland, a whole town. In the planning of it was designed for interracial mixed race culture.
So let me just read.
Go ahead read.
No, I'll say what I want to do is just read the next 3 paragraphs, right?
Okay, go ahead.
And when I read these next three paragraphs, I want to see what you have to say about it. Because he talks about black self-segregation and the whole concept of integration and the elimination of black neighborhoods. Because, I mean, I look at it as patronizing and condescending for somebody to say that if there are black neighborhoods in and of itself, it ontologically and intrinsically means that you have poverty and disadvantage there. I don't think that's necessarily the case.
That's not true.
Right.
That's not true. PG County, and I'm sure there's places in counties, little enclaves in Houston. There's all black and very well to do. I think there's places in Dallas. I know where I grew up in Los Angeles.
DeSoto, is that the place in Dallas?
I
DeSoto?
think it is. Yeah, I think it is. Hell, where I grew up, everybody knows about the hills, right? The Baldwin Hills,
Oh,
Windsor Hills,
yeah.
all that kind of stuff with all the movie stars and actors and stuff like that. And where at the time, hell, we had people making $500,000 a year in the '70s. Okay, they were black.
Right.
So then those were well-to-do black enclaves. Okay, so
And
now,
there's another component of it is, remember, urban sprawl, because in PG County there's a lot of rural areas became suburban areas, and a lot of black folks segregated to those areas.
Yeah. Even in those areas where quote unquote would be considered mixed, people, black and white people are still self-segregating. But thing is, that's true. But thing is, they all have to go to the same school district.
Right.
And that's where assimilation really happens. Okay, that's where it happened amongst the white tribes coming over from Europe, right? It was school system that over time made them white. They weren't white; they were Irish, Polish, wherever the fuck they came from, right? Italian. But thing is, when they all went to the same school system, over time, guess what? They became white. They became assimilated into the process. That's the reason that they took the Native American children, took them from their tribal homes and put them into school to assimilate them into white people. Go ahead.
Even in PG County, when we left the black DC and went to the suburbs and created that, it still put us closer to white folks in those rural areas. And now you got black kids playing soccer.
Yeah, well, soccer and other things. What I'm saying is I agree with you. There's just places like in the Midwest that you don't see it, but the vast majority of the population is still on the coast. And that stuff moves toward the center. And so most of your people that were in the Midwest, went to the West Coast, went to the coast to get jobs. And then when they come back, guess what's going to happen? They're going to have a different sensibility. Look at what's happening to Georgia. Georgia's turning from a completely segregated red state to a purple state. And as we speak,
I think you're naively optimistic, BGS, but that's just my opinion.
I'm black pill, man. This is force. This is planned. This is not something because
Virginia is not as red as it used to be.
Yeah.
In other words,
go ahead.
Hold on. So let me, like I said, let me read the next 3 paragraphs. I can't read them all because it'll take too damn long. Okay, but he says, now consider the residential preferences of blacks.
Uh-huh.
Though integration is proposed as a remedy for black disadvantages, which it always is.
It's bullshit.
Right?
But go ahead.
Like the remedy is to integrate. Like you want to solve because first of all, it's presupposed that there's a cultural problem, right, that leads to the disadvantages the black people have.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that's the presupposition is something fucked up with the values of niggas. So they need to have white people around them in order to usher them into civilization.
The model for us.
That's bullshit, but yeah, go ahead.
That's racism at its core. That's it.
Yeah, that's bullshit, but go ahead.
So it says, it's proposed as a remedy for black disadvantages. It is still regarded as an imperative for blacks. It's imperative that you niggas integrate, okay?
Yeah.
So if residential integration is a requirement of justice, blacks' residential choices that are incompatible with integration are also contrary to their duty to justice. So there's a lot of people who are saying we need this new integrationism. We got to have it, because this new thing is this, assimilation. You can call it admixture, however you want to term it, right?
Right.
Okay. But this is the new vision. On the new integrationist vision, then either generally blacks lack the moral prerogative to choose black neighborhoods when the option of integrated neighborhoods is available, or considerations of corrective justice override blacks' otherwise permissible residential prerogatives. So either blacks, they don't have the moral option to choose black neighborhoods when you got a white neighborhood that's available to you, like you pull to the sun, like you gotta go to the white neighborhood, right?
Uh-huh.
or considerations of corrective justice override blacks' otherwise permissible residential prerogatives, meaning there's something else that trumps blacks' desire to live among black folks. So against this vision of racial justice and political ethics, I argue that black self-segregation is not a violation of blacks' duty to justice, and thus justice cannot require neighborhood integration. So
I agree with that. I agree with that.
So it's a lot of white people who are forcing this shit, right?
They are.
Like from top down. And I think it's morally it's fucked up. Okay?
Yes, it is.
So some blacks do, of course, desire to live in integrated communities because they want to garner the advantages associated with white neighborhoods. Or they want to avoid the disadvantages of typical ghettos. Despite discrimination and economic disadvantage, there are blacks, particularly those with higher incomes, who are able to act on these preferences and choose to live in integrated or white neighborhoods. But the residential choices of some blacks arguably increase or maintain segregation. Okay? Some blacks avoid residing in white neighborhoods to limit unpleasant experiences with whites.
I am one of those people.
Because it's like, okay, I can tell you right now, a great deal of some of the misery that I've experienced has been moving where white people are.
Yeah.
Because the whole the situation with like policing and everything is fucking entirely different. I mean, it's radically different.
It is.
Was there an affordable, good black neighborhood nearby?
I lived in a neighborhood.
I live in one.
Gotcha. Okay. I thought you were saying that you chose to live in.
No. Even I will tell you this, Will, because I was actually educated in all white schools, mostly white schools, right? I would live in the ghetto before I move into a white neighborhood. I don't care how bad it is. Okay, I'd rather put up with niggas and gangbangers and shootings than I would to live in a white neighborhood. That's just me, though.
Right. And so look, I live in a white neighborhood right now. It's not really by choice, but it is what it is. I also, like prior to living in the neighborhood I live now, I lived in like one of the most affluent areas in Houston, called what they call it, the Woodlands. Okay. And it's I lived in a fucking place called a gated community called the Plantation, nigga. But I'm a nigga living on the plantation.
Right.
It is. You can't make it up, can you?
And
you can't make that shit up. But I mean, it was a fucking the amenities in that motherfucker was off the chain. Okay, so at the end of the day, and I came here to be employed at a university. Okay, so that was the reason. Okay, now at the end of the day, so he goes on to say, blacks avoid reside because they want to limit their unpleasantness because white people are some assholes. They persnickety and shit. So the main concern is to elude interpersonal discrimination, racist treatment, and hostile attitudes. Another reason is to avoid interracial conflict, which can and generally does reflect the operation of stereotypes and implicit bias, but needn't be motivated by hostility or animus. There's also, he says, the positive preference for a black neighborhood. Group self-segregation need not be entirely voluntary, as it may be partly a response to unjust exclusion and economic disadvantage. But black self-segregation is still a choice. Just like you said, I'd rather live around with gangbangers and thug niggas and drug dealers, albeit a constrained one. For there are other acceptable options, for example, integrated neighborhoods or neighborhoods with few whites or blacks, which there sometimes are. We should also distinguish residential group self-segregation from closing ranks. The defensive tactics a group uses to strengthen its internal social ties and to exclude outsiders from affiliation. Both whites and blacks, dominant groups and subordinate groups can close ranks. And residential self-segregation can itself be a way of closing ranks. However, residential self-segregation and closing ranks need not coincide. Blacks, for instance, control some organizations and may assign blacks and whites to different roles within them or exclude whites altogether. But many who participate in black organizations may live in integrated neighborhoods. There can be closed social institutions and organizations within an otherwise integrated neighborhood, and there could be informal ranks closure in an integrated neighborhood. If a social group largely controls an entire social domain, such as employment, this is why I don't see integration. Like, this is why I don't see admixture. The
Okay.
motherfuckers who employ you, the people who educate you. I don't see, like, the way the people who run the bureaucracies and who are like the technocratic chiefs, right, in the government administrations, right, and the people who own residential and commercial property. So I don't see integration into that. So like where you live, it makes a difference to some degree, but like I'm like, well, if there's no relation to being added into governance in political institutions, having control over social institutions, or more just and equitable distribution, then I get the whole idea, but it's like, just because I live around white folks don't mean all of a sudden they're going to start employing me and respecting me.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's generational thing. You see, you're Generation X. Okay, Generation Z has a totally different reality than you do. You know, and Generation A is going to have even more of a totally different reality because it's going to be really normalized to pick Becky, Maylene, Maria over Keisha. You know, if Keisha still gets picked, but she's now just one of the choices. So that is admixture in in motion, and this has been what, since 45. Talk about it hasn't even been 100 years yet. Really since the 1950s, and when it actually really got going as far as admixture is concerned. So we're not even 60 years in. So
Well, we'll see.
If admixture, what I'm saying is it's so slow that we don't think it's happening. But the thing is, like I said, just the interracial marriage piece alone, right? Okay, like I said, it was only maybe 1 or 2% when I was in my 20s. It's 17 now.
Right.
And that's just 2 or 3 generations afterward, and the Generation Z's are actually, if you talk to them, like we talked to like Art Newstall, who actually he teaches at a high school, right? He can see it right in front of him, and we always look at white and black instead of white, Latino, black, and Asian, and you see a lot more of that going on right now in the younger generations. That's just all I'm saying.
I get it. I understand. I can see why brothers are, like opening up their horizons on who they should date.
Options. Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't in my life. I probably should have. I had ample opportunities to fuck with some bad white bitches too. You know what I'm saying? And I pretty much was trying to be race loyal. I don't know why the fuck I did that, because these bitches definitely are not loyal to you.
Right.
15% of black babies being born are not from black men. Okay, and that's
I'm keeping it a buck. Like, I mean, if you want to talk about loyalty, race loyalty, no disrespect, man, to the down ass sisters, but man, it's a lot of free radicals out here, and these free radicals are creating disease and social pathology.
Yeah, they
Right.
are. I'm keeping it in a buck. Like, they only care about their own fucking selves. Like, here's how I got fucked up by it all recently anyway. Like, okay. I saw the whole phenomena of fucking Kevin Samuels blow up right in front of my face, right? And the oddest shit about all of it to me was, you got a group of average bitches. Average bitches. Demanding that they have the best of the best niggas.
Oh yeah.
And rejecting regular average. So you got average bitches feeling like they deserve the best niggas in the world. And they have nothing to even offer those niggas at all. Nothing other than themselves.
No, they're gonna scratch their lotto ticket. They're gonna scratch their lotto ticket, boss.
Bruh, when I saw it, I'm thinking, and I'm using ignorant language on purpose, man. I'm like, man, fuck, I'm tired of talking nice. Okay, the reality is, men will date anybody as long as the motherfucker look good and treat them nice. Right? But women don't want to date an average motherfucker. They feel like they deserve some shit that's super extra special.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, like, bitch, what makes you think you that goddamn special? Like, I mean, it'd be different if they were super bad bitches coming on this show. Like, I want, I'm holding out, and it's women with fucking baggage and damaged motherfuckers, or they look damaged. Like you got the
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Doc.
No, I'm just saying, like, you the open box fucking buy. You the open box buy.
The cutout.
No, they're the returns. Ain't open box.
But the same shit. You the one with the ding, the scratch on the
Scratch.
motherfucking. You the one with the scratch on the side. You the scratch. You got the scratch on the side of the refrigerator. Okay, you look decent. You still function the same. Okay, to a certain extent, but you got that little knock from being dropped and shit, and you got the little scar.
Mm-hmm.
But you still want to be like, you still feel like you entitled to be on the show, like the showcase piece.
Right. Showroom floor.
And I can't understand for the life of me what makes a person feel like just being born, like feeling like they're the best of the best. Mm-hmm. I just don't understand that shit. I don't get it.
Everybody gets a trophy, and it doesn't matter how you look. I deserve what the best woman gets. That's how come they say they come and say I'm a 10, even though they know that they're not. But that's what they were taught.
Did you see that one lady, man? He said how he blew up, lady, you're average at best. That bitch was not average at all, man. She was a 3, man.
What he say? What he say, bro? What he say? Kevin say, "Don't make me say it. Don't make me say it." He was trying to.
She was a 3, bro.
She said she was average, and Kevin felt relieved because he didn't want to tell her what she really rated.
Right? Yeah.
You are a fucking 3, lady. Right. You look terrible as a motherfucker. I mean, you might be slim, but you look terrible. You know what I mean? Like you're not a trophy wife, man. You're not.
No.
And then you might be you might have the best personality in the world. Okay, mm-hmm. But you hit. Mm-hmm. You fucking hit. You and then you take care of dogs for a living. Who wants to be around a motherfucking bitch cleaning dogs all day, man? I don't. You don't want dog hair in your bed and shit like that, and you fucking with a chick got dog hair in her hair mm-hmm. and all this. Mm-hmm. But but you got women calling in with fucking bonnets on their heads. Mm-hmm. Women with 3 kids. Mm-hmm. And they still arrogant as fuck, like arrogant. That's how I know there's a disconnect between men and women, man. And it ain't just black women that black men have a disconnect with. It's these chicks in this culture. Mm-hmm. So I don't even consider being able to date these, like, half of these. Okay, it's a lot of white chicks that's dating a lot of Negroes on the West Coast and shit like that. But a lot of them is dating these dudes because they feel like the dude's got swag or some shit like that, or they feel like, okay, well, the guy, especially if he's an athlete or some shit like that. Mm-hmm. In a college, they definitely, white girls rocking out with Negroes like that. Okay. Mm-hmm.
And then the not the sensibility, but the the aesthetic that that's the proper word. The aesthetic that black men like and the aesthetic that white men like are different. And what white women are finding out that they can do better because they appeal to the aesthetic of black men. So you see a lot of white women headed that way, especially in these trying times where you have economic stress. I would do better amongst black men in black culture than I would do amongst white culture because my aesthetic actually appeals to black men. In fact, I just saw this. Can't remember her name, but she's a model. She's a white plus size model, right? And she's famous because she was in, she had all her pictures and stuff like that, right? And they talked about her husband, and I said, I bet her husband is black. So I looked up her name and her husband, and sure enough, guess what he was? He's black. Yeah. Even though she's upper class, but the thing is, her aesthetic fits black men.
So yeah, she's probably a little overweight.
She's over. What we would call thick.
White overweight.
She's not. Yeah, she's white overweight, right? She's not. She has no ribs showing. You know what I'm saying?
No ribs showing. Yeah,
she ain't Molly Ringwald and no shit like that.
She ain't Molly Ringwald. No.
She ain't Molly and shit. She more built up like a motherfucking basically if you bird go away, a black man will take you.
Yeah, she more like Serena Williams. You know, she's fit, but
if you're a burger away, a black man will take you. Goddamn it.
Yeah, don't make
and
me
you
say
see
it.
that. You see that even in DC, coming and my journey from Southeast DC to work downtown where the money is, where you see the Asian women and the white women.
Mm-hmm.
They coming for the brothers hard. So even that's that admission picture. You down there and you trying to check for the sister, and she just blowing you off, and you looking over in. I mean, you ain't even really looking at Becky because we think that's off limits. We think that's off limits, but then Becky
don't say it, Charles.
Becky be coming for you hard.
I'm gonna say this.
Don't say it, Charles.
I just recently got my PhD in Negro science.
Negro science, okay.
Congratulations.
Yes, got my PhD in Negro science. I'm the foremost authority in Negro science. I'm gonna say this. In all of my studies and my dissertation, I found out that black men are the garbage men of the dating world.
I knew you were gonna say it. I asked you not to say it.
I mean, it's
I got something to say. I got something to say, Ray. Ray, if you think Serena Williams is a 6, then you must be blind and can see from the back of your ass. That woman is a hard 4. I mean, Serena Williams looked like Darkseid from DC Comics.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you what, may Kevin rest in peace, paradise, and power, because that's a nice man. Because that chick was like, she's ugly at best. That chick came on there and she was ugly and like
fake eyelashes.
And he still caught a whole lot of crap for it.
And she said she's a 5, which she's not. And I mean, I see why she went into the dog grooming business. She can literally speak their language. It's like, damn, she's one of us. Hey, hook me up with the fade. You know, like
Jason Hurst and Ashley Graham. That was who she was. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot to do it because everybody in the chat asking. Whoa! Yes. There you go. Woo! But I'm just looking at it like culturally. It's a goddamn shame when I tell people I'm not attracted to big girls, and people get offended when they be like, "What's wrong with a big girl?" I said, "Okay, you want me to roll off the list or the let me get these 10 commandments from Mount Zion." I'm not trying to mess with anybody that can claim the title of Yokozuna. And then black men, I swear to God, you make me look bad. You really do. Because these little big white chicks and black chicks be thinking they have the audacity. I mean, the God-given audacity to try to come over there and say, well, you know, hey, how you doing? Excuse me, who are you? Like, no. Just because you could bench press 500 doesn't mean you want to date it. Nope.
Yeah, but you know, look, I don't have a problem with a woman not being thin rail, because I mean, there was an aesthetic in the white community where you had to be like absolutely fucking bony and shit. And because I don't want a woman who looks like a little boy. Okay.
No. And see, Gigi, it's not the thin rail. It's like you're at a healthy weight. You got a good tone to you. You got the body parts where they should be. That's cool because, you know, you try to take care. I'm not saying everybody's got to be a goddamn fitness model or going to Miss Olympia. But the problem is in our community, you know, the only muscles the women work are the jaw muscles because they inhale. I mean, they gorge on like fried food. I mean, it is so bad.
We all do. I mean, like we all do, bro. Like, I mean, you know, I ain't gonna put it all on them, but I think America. This is why, you know, even though recently I kind of was like, kind of got down on old girl. The what's the sister name, man? Who used to wear the fucking Muslim garb and shit, and talked about the black man understanding about the black.
You're talking about Shahrazad Ali.
Yeah, Shahrazad Ali. There you go. Because I drew a blank. I couldn't answer that question to win 100,000. But she, you know, like I was like our women should know fucking how to cook, man.
They should.
Healthy.
Yes.
Like all that soul food shit, like all them pork chops, smothered pork chops, and fucking like candied yams, and all the mashed potatoes, and the fucking like the macaroni and cheese, the heart attack medicine,
all
like
that
all
stuff
that
was
heart
for
attack
feast.
food.
Yeah, those are for feast, not everyday meals. Those are for feast.
Like the chicks we fuck with, man, they know how to make hamburger helper, bro. They know how to push it in the microwave. Like they don't cook with love. Like they don't even like it be different. Like you gotta cook with some fucking amount of love and like with anything you do.
They boil water with gusto and zesta, Doc. Come on.
I mean,
Give me a break.
GG, come on. These chicks out here burn cold cereal with milk.
Man, Mrs. Dash ain't enough, goddammit. You know what I'm saying? Like, but see, you know, like, look, like recently I've become more.
Go ahead, Doc. What are you saying?
I just become more increasingly, you know, like attendant to like what's just the macronutrients that are necessary to give you a healthy, you know, profile physically. You know what I mean? Like, wake up, eat oatmeal, you know, like cold oatmeal with yogurt or some fruit in the shit. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, for lunch, you can eat like some cold cuts and some avocados or some shit, a salad or something. You know what I mean? And I'm fucking 6'3", I weigh 215 pounds, man. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not like a fat, you know, guy. So I'm not like, it ain't like I always eat like this. I eat Fat Burger and Whataburger and White Castles and all that. I know about, but that shit is not healthy at all, man. And you got little girls, man, eating all that fried food and shit, and they thinking it's making them thicker and finer and shit. You know what I'm saying? And then when they get 40, 50 years old, and they look and they got Dunlap disease, and they wonder and they got heart disease.
Yeah. You don't have to get 40 or 50. Try 20 and 30.
Try 30. 30, these chicks had it. I seen one chick in the police department. She damn ate herself out of a job. I mean, fine as hell when she came out the academy. 3 years later, I mean, god damn. She had to get like, you know, the extended belt to the duty belt. I was like, yo, what's going on?
But the only thing I just pride myself in still being physically fit enough to get on a bicycle and go 4 or 5 miles without fucking feeling like I'm about to die. I can jump up and do, you know, I probably can't do 50 pull-ups in 5 minutes, but I know I can do them in motherfucking 10 minutes.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? At 51. So I feel like if I worked at it, I'm pretty sure I could do, you know, 50 pull-ups in 5 minutes real easy. You know what I'm saying? But man, I want to be fit, and I want the chick that I'm fucking with to be fit. You know what I'm saying? Not like she thick and she just, you know, like don't have no understanding of health or nothing. And these chicks don't give a fuck about that shit at all. But I mean, you know, we off the beaten path. My whole thing is talking about, you know, like the ghetto, man, and you know, like what will happen to ghetto denizens and the concentrated poverty and disadvantage that, you know, like black people basically all over the country are subjected to. And then we still have to like take it, you know, stock of the fact that black boys, even though they're having greater access to different varieties of women, like black boys are still on a downwardly mobile track as it pertains to wealth and income. So what does all of this shit mean?
Basically, that's what we're trying to address, right? Because the civil rights and affirmative action was supposed to correct that, but it didn't. It actually made it worse because it gave it to the wrong parties. You know, the Gucci boots got it instead of the black men that was actually designed for. It's actually targeted toward black men to correct black. This poverty thing could have been corrected if you had it kept sex out of the civil rights bill and given those jobs, those opportunities to the black men that it was actually targeted for. But if you didn't,
and everybody would have been. And then white boys, see, right now what I'm starting to hear though is white boys cry sob stories and shit about how fucking it ain't popular to be a white dude now. You know what I'm saying? Like about how like if you're a white male, you kind of like being attacked and all that kind of shit. And my viewpoint on it is, Man, I'm like,
that
man,
white man
fuck
can
y'all.
go.
Like,
That white man can go. That white man can go to any man on planet Earth after fucking over the world and have that man hand over his daughter to him. So I ain't trying to hear nothing they got to say.
And the thing is that they've turned what they called a soft patriarchy, in the '60s, to a hardcore gynocracy, white gynocracy. Women rule in
and they're
this society. They
responsible
do,
for it.
and they're responsible for it. And that's what they're crying about. Yeah,
They did that shit. So I have no sympathy for the motherfuckers. I'm gonna do a show on that shit, like all the nerdtronics and nerdrotics and all them guys that do like critiques of fantasy shows and shit. Like and how they consider them to be too progressive now and too woke and all that. I'm like, y'all started that. Y'all, okay, just so Shocks will know, the book is called The Dark Ghettos. Okay, I've been reading this book for like the last 5 shows.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
So the last 3 weeks I've been doing this, and I know it's not popular. I don't really care about it being popular. I'm gonna go through the entire book, okay, and I'm gonna create like a glossary, so that anytime this conversation comes up, I'm gonna be like, go look at the video on the ghetto, and then refer back to it, and then tell me. Because I'm gonna make references to the text when I talk about ghetto shit from now on. So I'm not having like this common folk or this the common sense conversation about the subject no more. Okay, we already know that we ain't even got to the good shit in this book. We haven't. Look. Okay, so look. Let me just say what's to come. When I'm gonna start asking BGS to be around, and I hope you will be around for it, is when I get to this section right here called family. So this is just the community chapter. After I could have said communita or some shit like that, but he's talking about the communita, right? But then like chapter 3 is culture, which is values that Dollar Will was talking about. We ain't even got there yet.
Pathology comes from. Yeah, that's where the tango pathology actually comes from. Is the culture.
So he talks about which type of cultural traits are the targets for cultural reform and all this shit? Like, how do you go about doing it? Then he gets to this shit right here. And this is where I want you to be. I'm reading through this. I don't give a fuck if I don't get no money or not. No super chats or not. I think it's necessary. I think the space would benefit from this. Or at least the people who watch, who on a regular basis will derive some benefit from this at some point. But after the culture, and I think people might be interested in the culture more than the first and the second chapters. But I think they'll really be interested in the chapter. I'm keep scrolling through this shit. All I can do is just keep going this way. Of love and labor.
Okay.
Reproduction.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Common view about the ghetto poor, they often remain in poverty and in disadvantaged black neighborhoods because they grow up in severely disadvantaged family environments and have sharply diminished life prospects from the start. I mean, he goes into this shit.
Look at Keke Palmer doing her baby bump reveal as a single mother on Saturday Night Live.
Oh, really? Oh my God.
Yeah, go look it up on Saturday Night Live. She actually did a baby bump reveal, and she's a single mother.
Oh my God!
And when she getting all the go on girls.
Yeah. Basically, that's the tangle of pathology. In a nutshell.
Families and fragile families. He talks about, he goes into single parent families and whether or not there's some taboo, out of wedlock, non-marital births. Female head of households. Single mother families. Yeah. I mean, he's kind of, he's kind of somewhat, feminist to a certain extent. But then, he was railed by feminists recently for, coming up with the idea of wrongful procreation. Like, can there be wrongful procreation?
And if so,
what makes it wrong? You know what I'm saying? So I mean, like he goes into negative initial life prospects, life worth living, shit like that. Like the Horn principle, he brings in some fucking goddamn John Stuart Mill in this motherfucker. Family environment, neighborhood. Like if you know the neighborhood is concentrated disadvantage, why would you reproduce and bring a motherfucker into the world? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you know that if you a crack fiend, if you a Afeni Shakur, you got no reason having a fucking Tupac. I mean, not to say we don't love Pac and his music or whatever, but it was fucking irresponsible, one could argue.
Yes,
you know what I mean? Like, reproductive responsibility principle.
But
You know,
you
like,
gotta
I mean,
remember,
like-
you know what Tupac said about his mama. Even though he's just a crack fiend, mama. You know,
You always was a black queen, mama.
She fell to the dark side.
Look, this normative conclusion does not entail that these single mothers do no wrong and procreate. Look, this shit, hey, look, limits of reproductive freedom. What?
Uh-huh.
Like, he's saying this shit at a feminist conference. Them bitches went fucking crazy.
They went nuts.
They did not like this nigga for none of this.
What
they
War
did
say
not
back,
like his ass for none of this shit.
What did War say back in the 70s? The world is a ghetto, right? Ghetto culture, the ghetto pathology is spreading out all over the world. It's not just here.
Right. I make no apologies for leaving my hood. I couldn't wait to get the hell out of there. But I will say I did go to a black neighborhood, a good one, but I had to get the hell out of the hood, boy.
Yeah, the pathology, man, can be, if not corrected. And that's the thing is that all the measures that were outlined, not only by Clark, not only by Moynihan and others, right, were rejected in favor of white and black feminism, second wave feminism. That's where all the money went. All the money, all the opportunities, instead of going to where they were supposed to go, went to white women and black and partially to black women. And they got the opportunities, and slowly but surely you wind up where you are.
Yeah, and shout out to Shocks, man. Shout out to Shocks for the super chat. He says, I'm asking about that page, as there was the Jewish uprisings in the Roman Empire in 66, Common Era, and there was some parallels I could draw in a paper. For
there are parallels, but got to remember that the Jewish uprisings were against the colonial power. Those against colonial powers, especially 70 AD with the I think it was Masada. Okay, in other words, those the Roman Empire had colonized that sector, colonized their land. So it's just like any other uprising against the colonizer. See that in Africa, you always see that until they can crush it.
But so what I'm doing is, but the only thing I'm doing is, man, I know this kind of is a sidebar, which I was just mentioning. Look, I'm reading this book because a lot of motherfuckers got shit to say about the hood and the value system of the people who live there, and whether or not they're responsible for being there, or whether or not the system at large is responsible, and who bears what kind of responsibility for improving the conditions or what. I mean, there's so many arguments being had. I'm like, I'm not saying this guy's the only person who's ever weighed in on these issues at all. But I'm saying, you have to admit, after listening to some of the shit that the guys had to say, he's pretty fucking exhaustive in his covering of the issues.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
In the first
chapters. He's not leaving like he's not leaving too many fucking stones unturned.
No,
as it pertains to this. I'm just keeping it a buck here, man. So if you really want to get into, and philosophers have the tendency to do this shit, right? You feel like they're going overboard with it, but not really, because I mean, in the context of the conversation, all of these issues will pop up randomly anyway, but they'll just be covered not in a meticulous way, but in a kind of like a superficial way, which is not really actually leading to any productive conversation. You know what I mean?
Philosophers atomize everything. So down to the atom.
So I think the book, the motherfucking book it's a good book, man. It's a good text to explore this issue. At least to get started having a conversation. You know what I mean? As opposed to just, oh fuck, I'm tired of hearing niggas talk about pookies and shit. Okay?
Right.
I'm tired of hearing that shit. I'm tired of hearing the strag talk. I know it's strags out here, and I know it's pookies out here. Okay? But the question is, what's the just way of thinking about this issue and how to remedy it? Okay, and let's look at it from a variety of different angles, and let's look at a whole bunch of different arguments. Okay, now you might be principally opposed to how he even like looks at the issue from an initial perspective, because you think society is like Hobbes says it is. You know, all it is a group of people who want safety from, you know, like the brutishness of the state of nature. And all the state is supposed to do is provide safety. Or you might think it's like Locke says it is. You know, all you want to do is just be able to protect your private property or whatever the case may be. You know, but the question is, fuck, if I'm a member of society and I ain't got no property and my life ain't about shit, then why should I agree with the social contract to fucking to begin with? Because the contract is supposed to benefit me in some way. If it don't benefit me at all,
why adhere to it?
Why,
yeah, exactly.
Why fuck your laws? All of it is illegit.
Right. That's why what I was trying to get at earlier, that, you know, if we don't have some kind of conscious, intentional self-segregation, or to some degree, or take some greater control over the school system or something, or if not the school system, supplement it. We could do that, because if you don't have the money, you can't go to private school, but we can offer evening and weekend supplementation to what's in the school system, because otherwise we're just being groomed to continue to be the bottom rung of this society.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. But the thing is convincing people otherwise, and that's the problem. Hell, we can't even convince black mothers that their boys need to read at grade level.
Right.
I mean, that's just basic. So if you can't even do that, you know, how are you going to get them to actually adhere to higher forms of thought or higher forms of being?
You know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you, man. I just, you know, like I'm so. Bro, I've educated black women and black boys. I can tell you black boys are at a disadvantage, okay?
They are.
Like a lot of these girls, man, like they you know, they're opinionated. They feel like they have the right to speak up and to say shit. A lot of guys, man, you know, first of all, we don't like do the work, a lot of us, just to keep it a buck.
Right.
We don't, like, these niggas ain't reading.
No, they're not.
They come into class, they ain't reading, bro.
That's why Richard Reeves in his book, right? When it came to single sex education, he was against it, except for whom? Black boys. That's the only exception that he would make. He agrees that black boys need to be segregated, have a single sex education, just single sex and single race for black boys. He agrees with that.
I think if you sit black boys down, give them some comic books and a sports page and a dictionary, let them go to work.
In other words, black boys, you know, they did this for white boys back in, I think, 1917. Okay, when there was too many female teachers, and white boys were dropping out, they weren't making grade levels, and they were running the streets. So they actually rejiggered the whole school system to actually be more friendly and more boy centric. Okay, that's where you got for the next, you know, was it almost 100 years? You got this this male centric educational system, because they did it on purpose. Okay, they could do it for black boys. Guess who doesn't want it? A black boy centric education, even though it would be best. Even though Clark and Monahan said the same thing, that will actually
white women.
White women and who also
and black women.
Black women, they don't want that shit.
No, they don't.
Man, I've seen bitches cry, nigga. Like literally cry because a nigga outdid them and some shit. You know, like I was watching some video. It was on YouTube, right? And it was about how, I don't know, I think it was you and Tia-san yesterday was having a conversation about how in the movie, I think it was Delivered or whatever the fuck, it was about the flight pilot or some shit, the Negro pilot.
Oh, about devotion, yeah.
How his wife actually adored him and shit. Right? And his achievements and his job, and like admired the nigga for what he did.
Right.
Like, these women don't have nigga, they don't adore you for shit, bro.
No.
Nothing. That's the problem. Like, there is no adoration in any of this. No catering to none of what you do. Nothing.
No.
And that's the issue. Like, so and this is the Kevin Samuels effect. So all these chicks feel like they entitled to these exceptional Negroes for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are you gonna do for this nigga? Shit, I'm me.
I'm me.
That nigga,
You know,
that nigga should just love me, cause
you
I'm
did.
me.
Come on, Doc. I know you didn't ask that question. What's in it for me? And they all have the same question. You get me.
I got a wet hole. If it's wet.
It was wet. That you can borrow.
And all they want is your money. That ain't nothing but a group of women saying, I'm a gold digging bitch and I want what you have. And I don't want to pay into anything.
I want you to supply me with a lifestyle.
But you know what, fellas, the thing about the sad truth of the matter is if their attitude was better, we would accept that bad deal.
I don't know. I mean, we would, because we're Gen X and boomers, right? We would, but the thing is, Z's are not accepting that deal. They're not accepting it at all.
Well, I think it's partially because they got so much information too, man. Like, I mean, they seeing the game, right up close and personal. Like, I mean, in the social media and the online dating and all that other bullshit. It's like these women are asking for transactional relationships and shit. You know what I'm saying? And the guys are like, man, bitch, fuck you. They jacking off the porn, like, fuck you. I'm keeping ain't that what they doing? I mean,
that's
what
there's a lot of young monks out there, man. I was actually surprised when I thought it was involuntary, but it's actually voluntary. A lot more than we think.
And so, these guys are like, I don't blame them. The young guy now would tell him, man, do not nut in her, man, by no means at all. Don't do it. Is she cool now? They all cool up front.
Sometimes
when you get a baby, when you drop the motherfucking nut off, you deposit the sperm, and it fertilizes the motherfucking ovum and gives rise to conception, and the baby is born.
Yeah.
That prize, that thing that you thought was gonna lead to a patriarchal, like a union, like ain't nothing more precious than to raise a family, all that shit.
That's
you and I, okay. Yeah.
We have to
guess
admit,
what
man,
happens?
We
that bitch getting her feelings. She getting her feelings. Next thing you know, nigga, she gonna get paid regardless. She knows she gonna get paid by you from child support, or if she having issues with whatever the fuck else she going through. Guess what else she gonna get?
Yeah,
she gonna get the WIC, the Section 8. She gonna get the motherfucking child health insurance program, and she gonna get a tax break. She gonna get that tax rebate. That's about 3,500 4Gs every year. Nah, and Jada Kiss said that shit a long time ago. Shit, I give my girl to give me her income tax so I can get on right. Just imagine if you had that shit yourself, nigga. You would be on right for yourself. You ain't got to scam a chick to get the shit. But that's why I went over with my boy how niggardly the United States is related to social programs as opposed to everywhere in the fucking Western world.
Yeah.
And we have a gender-based welfare system in the United States. And that's
America gotta maintain this stratification.
They gotta maintain the population.
They can't give equality. That's the last thing.
America is a safe haven for hoes, nigga. I hate to say it. It's a safe haven for hoes. You ain't no pimp. This is a safe haven for hoes. It's harsh to say, but it is what it is. Nowhere else in the Western world is like this. Nowhere.
No, it is not.
Nowhere. But in the United States. If you're a man, you better get prepared to deal with the exigencies of nature, motherfucker. That's all there is to it. Social cooperation? No, sir. And that's what I don't like about it. And it's like you pitting people against one another. They're pitting the sexes against one another.
The needs of the state.
The conservatives.
The needs of the state, sir. They're paying women to have babies.
Man, shit, all I can say is at some point, men have to resist against this shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? If they
that's the manosphere, sir. This the beginning of the rebellion. Okay.
Man, but I don't know, man. Like Ray S out there, man. This nigga, he's like got his foot halfway in and halfway out.
Well, you know,
I know
he's
part of the old. Some words.
He's part of the old order.
Yeah, you know they
that nigga got one foot in and one foot out. I'm like, hold on, man. Wait a minute. You all this chivalry shit, like I'm for it to some degree.
Yeah, increasing the rate to renounce your citizenship.
Well, basically, he can die. That's a hill for him to die on if he wants to. That's up to him.
Now, I'm just like, hey, look, I would tell young guys now, do not deposit your sperm in her vulva. Don't do it, bro. Because what that's going to end up happening is you're putting yourself in a precarious situation where what she decides is going to end up leading to a course in your life that you might, it's called domination in philosophical terms. She dominates you because she can direct choices. She can make choices for you.
Yes. That's where the power transfer happens, right there.
Yep. Starting with the 10 years doctrine, 1839. That's where it started.
And so,
as soon as you get that piece, that power shift happens right there.
That's where it started. The thing is that this is something that me and Nameless saw in Brazil, right? As women come out of the home and start going to work, you can see the shift. The feminist shift out of wedlock birth rates, lower birth rates, feminism, all that kind of stuff starts to pop up. Although South Korea, they're having a hell of a time in South Korea, even though it's a very patriarchal, highly authoritarian state. But even they're having problems.
We got a question from Lavaris, man. He says, hey, Dr. GG and BGS, what are your thoughts on Bali, Indonesia banning sex outside of marriage?
Okay, what they're trying to do, basically, this is a reaction to the spreading feminism, right? Spreading feminism and spreading out of wedlock birth rates, that kind of stuff. They're trying to hold the line, so they're trying to ban it before it gets there. The thing is, eventually, as you adopt this technological culture, that's not going to do any good, because what's really going to happen is people are going to start leaving, or basically your birth rates will suffer. So what they're doing is they're trying to shortstop this. But the thing is, can they do? How long can they keep their finger in the dike?
Yeah. So I want to go. Thank you, Richard Darling. Appreciate that. He says he saw the thumbnail and died, man.
Yeah.
That's a deceased woman, by the way, having a party in the afterlife, so to speak. Like the funeral celebration is a dead woman who wants to smoke menthol and drink beer and shit. That's a hot ghetto fucking mess. Okay? It just is. To even think like that. Like this is not a dignified way to send someone to the next sphere of existence. But hey, I mean, hey, we'll do it anytime. We'll do it anytime. Mrs. KP Bailey says 1839. What prompted that doctrine? And I think she's talking about
the Custody of Infants Act. Custody of Infant Act, 10 years doc. Basically, what prompted it is basically the Industrial Revolution, especially in Northern Europe, right, where the women and children were actually taken out of the home and actually put in the factories, and women started earning their own money. They wanted independence, so families started to break up. And so there's a dispute about where the children should go. And it started really in 1804 was really the big thing, where they have all these divorces, all these petition divorces, and the patriarchy, the custody of the children went to the father. And there was this big kerfuffle back then, right? So it finally got settled in 1839, which they made a settlement, right? So the first 7 years, the custody of infants actually went to the mother. And then after the children was weaned, after the first 7 years, then the patriarchal laws, the patriarchal rules actually took over, and the father got possession of the children. And that was in the United States, that was extended till 16, until adulthood. So that's where it came from, and that's the reason it happened.
Right. So what BGS is referring to, because initially what they had was the tender years doctrine. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that was in 1873. Okay. Or maybe they, no, actually, I'm actually, in 1873, they came along, because in 1839, they said, okay, up to seven, the little motherfuckers go with the mama.
Right.
But in 1873, they came up with the tender years doctrine and kicked the shit up to fucking 16.
Right.
Okay. So eventually the kid would get kicked back to you if you was the daddy after the motherfucker, like he said, was weaned. Okay.
Yeah.
But then white boys went full simp. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, all it takes is one crying ass white woman, and they'll change the whole world for that bitch.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, no disrespect, man. I mean, but come on, man. I mean, and this is the thing that fucks me up, right? So, look, I have no problem with women having access to the children. But right now, what you have is the exact inverse of what the fuck you objected to originally.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have women who have the fucking sole custody of the children.
Mm-hmm.
No joint, nothing. It's just like, okay, they go with her. And we give, and the coverture laws still exist.
Yeah.
Which, in my opinion, there should not be a fucking coverture law at all in the Western world. They should be abolished. All that alimony, like I know the game exists how it does, and you got to play accordingly. And I know, like the lead attorney said, it's a win if you got a prenup and you don't have to pay too much. And I'm like, man, that shit ain't justice to me, though.
It's not.
If a woman can go out and get her ass out to work, and just like a man, and damn near earn as much money as a man can, working the same amount of hours and so on and so forth with the same education and taking on a job with the same kind of risk, well then, goddamn it, you fucking gotta work your own way. There's no option. But see, like women like options and shit. So okay, I wanna work if I wanna work, but I don't wanna have to work if I don't want to. So my plan B is I can find a sucker and let that nigga take care of me if I want. But also, if I don't want to fucking have shit to listen to him, about, I can go out and do it myself.
Mm-hmm.
So I can opt in and opt out, and opt in and out, and go back and forth and back. Like, fuck, well, man can't go back and forth on none of that.
Mm-hmm.
You can't go back and forth.
The original second wave feminists were for abolishing all those laws, though. They were. The original
So
one.
I'm like, fuck coverture. Fuck alimony. Now, I mean, child support to me is unnecessary if the man says, I don't want to have shit to do with this kid. Okay? Yep. And, at one point he did have something to do with the kid. Then I think he should still have to pay child support and support, what he brought into the world, and not just kick the shit off on the tax support. I mean, on the taxpayer. But I mean, shit. If the kid, first of all, women are deciding to have these babies, man, by their goddamn selves.
Boom.
If you decide to have this baby by your motherfucking self, and you getting all this support from the daddy, the government, I'm already paying for your motherfucking kids. I'm your guy. I'm the baby daddy anyway. I'm like the taxpayer baby daddy. So shit. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, why should men have to have? Why? Because if a woman decide I don't want to fucking take care of the kid, that kid is no longer a responsibility for her. She can get that motherfucker up. But you can't get a motherfucker up. Yeah. So what? A kid can emancipate themselves from you. Like, I don't want him to be my dad. Or their mother around a certain age.
Add a tax to Pampers and Similac and create a fund for it, and let's move on.
Niggas should be able to, like my man, like Tia Son Johnson's 15-point plan, financial abortion. I don't want to have shit to do with the shorty. I mean, it sounds harsh, But shit, I mean, you got women showing up with baby bumps and shit, talking about like, I'm gonna be a mom. Look at me,
Yeah,
I'm a
look at me.
mom.
Yeah. You see that all the time. Like I said, Keke Palmer just did it on Saturday Night Live.
Like my baby bump.
My baby bump, yeah, the big one too. She was far along, like 6 months.
That's not what they
And
meant
look,
when they said pumps in a bump. That ain't what they were talking
No,
about.
that wasn't it. Yeah.
man, I just, I can't really, at this point, I can't really call it. All I can tell you is, man, if you're a man, it's a shitty deal for you.
Mm-hmm.
And we got to stop lying and acting as if it's a good deal for us. And they're all, like, this is why I don't like all these preachers nowadays.
Uh-huh.
This, talking about black men not stepping up and marrying these women with these babies and shit like that. And, I even had you remember the one dude that went off on Kevin Samuels and then he recanted and shit like that?
Mm-hmm.
That motherfucker gave me a copyright strike about the video I put out there.
Oh, did he? Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna go off on his ass. I'm gonna be like, look, first of all, why would you go after somebody else, man, that's just doing content similar to the Kevin Samuels was doing?
Yeah.
Why would you come after my channel? Because I'm being critical of you criticizing this man and then recanting because your fraternity stepped in and now you trying to save face with your frat.
I could tell you, sir, me playing some of your videos, just reposting them, got me a couple strikes. So, community strikes.
Straight
And those
up.
were those were your clean ones too. Those weren't where the G was in
going off crazy and yelling and screaming and none of that.
Yeah, none of that. Scholarly, well done scholarly work, and I got a couple strikes, by
And that's
reposting.
what pisses me off. Like, I mean, like, I ain't even cursing for real on like, that's why I say it doesn't even matter what you do with the algorithm with YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, basically, they're going to pigeonhole you into a category regardless. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, there's some things you can say, and there's certain places you can go. But there are certain places they don't want to allow you to go.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, I'm like, I know they got a group of people here that already call themselves habitual line steppers, but I am a fucking line stepper. I step over lines. I don't care. I mean, I do care, but I feel like I should be able to say these things without having to incur punishment.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm a child or something. Or like the people who can look at the content are children who need to be monitored by some sort of parental figure who's preventing them from being harmed by the arguments we're making and the words we're using. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this culture, man? I just don't get it anymore, man. I can't.
It's turned it into a gynocracy, an authoritarian gynocracy. That's what it's turned into.
It's turned into your mother at the house before daddy get home.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Johnny, don't you say that. I'm going to tell your father. I'm going to wash that soap out of your mouth. That sort of shit. Mm-hmm. Will I never? That fainting couch bullshit. Well, everything is egregious. Like everything is like it's such a big problem. I'm so tired of these motherfuckers, man. I'm done with it, bro. I'm just done with it, man. But I'm gonna go off on that dude though. I might have to get another strike. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm about to tell him the truth though. I'm gonna be like, look, bro. I'm a black man in America. You might not like the video, but I wasn't trying to capitalize off your video. I was just trying to ask a simple question. The question is, was your apology sincere or not? And I don't think your apology was sincere at all. I think you meant exactly what you said because you were trying to pander to your female flock. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bottom line, that's all you motherfuckers doing is preacher pimping anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
using the otherworldly, using the fucking, you dangling the carrot of otherworldly salvation while niggas suffering pain in the here and now.
Well, wasn't he the pastor that suggested they should hire black men to actually grow marijuana for profit?
Man, I don't even know, bro. But
I think that was him.
But that runs antithetical to the whole principles under which the fucking nation was founded. They don't. They ain't gonna let you fucking hire Negroes to do nothing when they feel like they can make a profit from it. Shit, you still got Negroes in prison today from selling marijuana, while they got opened up new marijuana industries and shit. I guarantee this niggas in Nevada right now for weed crimes. Guaranteed.
Yeah. There is hell in Colorado for weed crimes, and their records should be let out, and the records should be expunged.
But they ain't gonna do that.
No, that would require justice, right?
And that's the whole point. See, motherfuckers don't talk about justice anymore. They just talk about you having to be moral, hyper moral, in John Henry or Horatio Alger, and to get it out of the mud. That's the only thing you're supposed to do. That's what. And if you don't do it, it's indicative of the fact that you lack moral fortitude, or that you really actually haven't worked hard enough. You're not, you don't have the right kind of value system, and that's what brought me to Dollar Will today, because Will was like, values matter, and I get it, I understand it, I'm perfectly aware of it. But you think Negroes are where they at just because they have a poor value system?
Values come out of the structure that you're in, because our values are not the same as, say, values on a continent, or values in the Middle East or even Asia. So values are always depend on your environment and your cultural environment that surrounds you. So you can't say.
But I say black people have the same cultural values as white people. Exactly.
They do.
To be perfectly honest, like I don't see any difference between Future and the average white rich motherfucker, like Hugh Hefner,
or what's it, Musk. Right. The only thing Musk did was marry his, but Musk got 10, 11 kids by 3 or 4 different women.
Like it's the exact same value system: money, cars, clothes, and hoes.
Yeah, we're just a poster child for it. But a lot of white guys and white athletes have the exact same scenario.
Andrew Tate is just a different version of a fucking nigga rapping.
True.
I mean, is he not?
Yeah.
It's the same shit. I mean, they carry themselves somewhat differently, but let's just be frank about it. Like, white boys do why do you think the primary demographic that listens to that shit are white boys?
Yeah.
Because it's their value system basically expressed interculturally, not intraculturally. So to them, like you said, it's Elon Musk or Flint, the motherfucker who had the Hustler magazines and shit like that, or
Hefner,
even a Trump to a certain extent.
Oh yeah,
just sleazy, like I grab him by the pussy, like that could be a rap song.
I think it might have been.
but Gigi, when I was writing Class Matters, what I was trying to get at with what BGS had mentioned, like that class compression thing, that when in the ghetto, when you don't have money in America, and if you black in America, and I didn't really understand this until I went to Soweto, and I saw at the beginning coming into Soweto, they had this nice, pretty black house with the paved sidewalk coming up to the, it was brick house with brick paves coming up to the porch, and within eye shot you could see the little shanty. I'm like, what the hell is that? And somebody, the person that was guiding me, said that's the black doctor. I said, oh shit, I got it. That's when it clicked that that's what America is. That if you black, the dentist, the doctor, the preacher, all the different professions, they live right in your neighborhood. You go to the same school, same church, same everything. But but when you get more, a certain amount of money, then for the first time you can have greater freedom in America. And so until you get that money, you don't really have choice.
Yeah,
but you
can't go with and live where people want the same things you want. Because in these different classes, each of these different levels of class, there are values associated with it. But until you can get some money, you can't really self-actualize.
So you know, my viewpoint on this shit is this, right? Like, I know, like, right now, this guy, like, the book I'm reading is called Dark Ghettos, and it's about, you know, segregation and concentrated poverty and disadvantage and shit like that. But, like, Rawls initially, I mean, even though he talks about these matters tangentially, you know, because he's not preoccupied with race. He's preoccupied with the liberal argument, which basically is a Marxian socialist argument to begin with, about class and capitalism and fairness. And because liberalism, like liberal egalitarianism, is about fairness related to class.
Okay.
That's what, I mean, like, that's what the shit is about, right? Like, Marx wasn't thinking about niggas when he wrote.
No.
Not for real.
No.
He wasn't, okay? The Frankfurt School was not worried about niggas when they were doing the kind of work they were doing.
No.
I mean, tangentially they might be, okay? But primarily, they're worried about class in the Western world, okay? In Europe, in America, and elsewhere. And they're worried about fairness in terms of distribution. Okay?
Right.
This is not even a fucking conversation today. Everything is about race, which I'm not saying that the race, you know, is not there to a certain extent, and it doesn't deserve to be there. But I mean, let's just face it. We know that black people are where they are, and that the class issue is pretty much not even discussed, and the gender issue is propped up right now, is because black people are disproportionately poor, and doing something about class justice would lift black folks up. And so they don't fucking want to do anything about it. But it's gonna end up biting them in the ass in the long run. That's how I feel about it. Because nowhere else in the Western world do you have a society like this. Maybe the UK is a close second.
Yeah.
But nowhere else in the world do you have a society like this, man.
Right. I don't think it's sustainable. If you look, I mean, you know, we talk about the population demographics. If America gets browner or less white,
right, less white,
it's gonna have to break the back of this this class structure and this racism, because it's not sustainable for the country.
Or Europe. Europe is getting browner by the decade.
That too.
What's happening there too. So Europe is much less white than it used to be. So it's a global thing. So go ahead.
So some cognitive dissonance within white folks. They got to deal with.
They're very conscious of it. The thing is that they're reluctant to actually cede power. That's what's happening. I mean, you're looking at it right now, because we actually talked about it with the petrodollar, right? The end of the petrodollar, where the Arabs are willing to trade oil in something other than dollars. Okay, that's a lot of white power going out the window.
But I mean, you know, the way I look at it though, like, white folks will find a way, an elite group of white people, because let's just face it, 1% of the American population has over 50% of the wealth. I don't see that changing, because, like, you know, like, more, because there's an increase in numbers of browns and blacks. I just don't, I mean, I don't see, until I see a redistribution that's more equitable. And I'm not even, like, people think that I'm calling for, like, some sort of, you know, like, radical equality. That's not it, man.
I think we are going to see a change. I'm not going to say we're going to get to 50, but we're going to see a noticeable change in our lifetime. I mean, I don't know if you know, Gigi, my thing on YouTube is about, you know, teaching how to trade, okay, financial market. That's what dollar is about. It's learning how to read the chart and the relationship of the U.S. dollar to other commodities. Now, on YouTube, and BGS, he's a trader too. You know, it's a lot of young people, and since 2017 when BGS kind of put me on, it's a whole lot of young black. What's that? Zennials, millennials, that 35 and under crowd. They are trading hard, and they are learning. So they came in with that Bitcoin and ignorance, and they lost a lot of money, and now they're learning.
They got the teeth. They cut their teeth on Bitcoin.
Yeah. So we got many non-white folks out here now. They got channels across Africa now that's trading, and so this is young people getting literate about interfacing with capitalism at that basic ground level of stock ownership and trading, and we've never been involved in that before.
I think what's going to happen to capitalism is going to seed way to what I call techno-Marxism. So where like the gig economy and putting the means of production in the hands of the worker. I think you're starting to see that with remote work and the gig economy and basically learning online and all the little tools that you need to actually make a living. That's what the World Economic Forum is actually talking about, putting the means of production into the hands of the common folk. And that's techno-Marxism.
And on that note, in 2017, when you was, having your Coliseum and all that, you didn't have none of these. And this is before we did the Black Brain Trust. You didn't have nobody doing no daggone IT. One guy was doing one brother was doing IT channels. Now they everywhere. They got big subscribers too. Yeah. So I see it changing.
It has to change, yeah. So the environment has to change. In fact, AB Media is doing a video now about the GPT chat and how that's going to change blogs and even schoolwork. So it's going to happen.
Let's take a little time.
So look, I don't have a problem with inequality. I don't. But I think that, like the extent of the inequality in resources is too much. It's too vast. And so top 10% own 70% of U.S. wealth. That shit doesn't exist elsewhere in the fucking Western world. It just doesn't.
Those are revolution numbers right there.
Yeah. The Malthus equation said exactly the same thing. He said 71% means there's going to be a revolution. That was his.
But you really won't have a revolution because you. Well, like Marx predicted that there would be a revolution, okay? And this is like going back to the monkey, man. The monkey who received. I gotta come up with that video, man, right now. The monkey. You
need a meme, man, where it says, fuck your cucumber.
I do, man. I gotta put that one together. You know what I'm saying? Monkey throwing cucumber. Hold on, look. I gotta find this. I know where it is if I can't find it here though. And to me, this is built into nature.
Yeah.
This is not something that just happens because of ideology or like being indoctrinated. This is a natural response to too much inequality. And so let me see. Let me stop the screen. Let me see. I'm going to share the screen again. This shit is fucking kicks to me, man. It just tickles my funny bone, man. Hold on. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Getting grape, and you will see what.
Can you hear it?
A little bit, yeah.
If I gotta turn it up, I'll turn it up.
You will see what happens. So she gives a rock to us. That's the task. And we give her a piece of cucumber and she eats it. The other one needs to give a rock to us. And that's what she does. And she gets a grape. And she eats it. The other one sees that. She gives a rock to us now, gets again cucumber.
Bitch, give me you're fucking my grape there, bitch.
Fuck your cucumber.
Fuck your cucumber, nigga. So I mean, just so people who haven't seen this before, this is a monkey experiment, a fairness experiment, where the monkey on the left is being given a cucumber, the monkey on the right is being given a grape, and they're both receiving these respective rewards for completing the same task. Okay. They give the experimenter a rock, And in exchange for the rock, he gives each, respectively, on the right, a grape, on the left, a cucumber. So the monkey on the left is like, bitch, fuck that bullshit. I want a goddamn grape.
A grape.
Fuck that cucumber. Because you know, a cucumber is just like water and shit. And a grape is sweet. So he ain't even got a grape yet. But he knows what the fuck he missing. He knows what he's not receiving. So this is, and like a lot of people think that morality is predicated upon like the ability to reflect, right? And to, you know, to think abstractly. But here you have a situation in which you can see, and human beings are primates, okay? So we share pretty much the kind of same nervous systems, the same kind of skeletal structure, not all the way, but by and large, you know, the same kind of organs and shit like that as primates. And so we're built roughly the same way to react to what we consider to be unfair. This is how we react to it. Like, man, fuck. You see, look, watch, check it. This is one more time, man. Shit crazy.
She gets a grape. And she eats it. The other one sees that. She gives a rock.
Right, let me get my grape.
Look,
look, I'm about to get this grape. Man, fuck that shit. Look, banging on the.
It's like, now, nigga, now. Bring it. Run me my grape.
She tests the rock now against the wall.
Look. He like, okay, let me make sure this rock real.
And she gets cucumber again.
Bitch. You need to get loose from this motherfucker. You gotta be out of your mind. So yeah, like, I mean, it's how human beings react to injustice. But like, nobody's reacting to the fact that there's like 10% of the population who have 70% of the resources.
Right. And then those of us at the bottom, we got a lot of us still talking this meritocracy shit. It's insanity, man. It's insanity.
I don't like free riding. I understand the free riding issue, okay? This is not about free riding. One could argue that they are, the top 1% are free riding. So anyway, man, there's that, man. BGS done clocked out, man. So we've been in this motherfucker 3 hours.
I'm here. I'm here. Yeah, so, we getting kind of long in it, but yeah.
I mean, I understand your point, GG, that it's like you say it's not assimilation because we're not getting results that are nowhere near parity, let alone we're not improving beyond that that distribution that you just showed. Mm-hmm. You know, so I get you. So my only point was like the same kind of point that was made by Tommy Shelby in the text. It's like, okay, well, look. It's not just moving a motherfucker into a neighborhood around white folks. It's about, having the same access to, voting, jobs. It's being treated like a full-fledged citizen. Mm-hmm. It's not like, okay, now I'm around my parents, so now I gotta behave. Fuck that shit. That's not how we should be perceiving segregation. Is about employment. Mm-hmm. It's about education. It's about, government administration. And I don't even like the way government bureaucracies are set up because they're set up paternalistically. Like so this is how the shit happens, right? The legislature depends upon the populace and their opinion to develop or to draft legislation about a particular policy. So after that, the policy might be to set up a bureaucracy of some kind, but once that shit is set up, it's set up hierarchically by technocrats who rule over or lord over the bureaucracy like in a top-down fashion. Mm-hmm. Like it's like a fucking, and if you're providing services to people, I understand that you want to be efficient and productive with the services you're providing, but it's like, if you don't listen to the people that you're servicing and you fucking treat them like they're fucking children, just like how they treated black women with welfare. See,
welfare is a stopgap measure.
It's supposed to be.
It's not a justice related measure. I think Tommy Shelby would put it in these terms. It's an absolute poverty measure. It's not a relative poverty measure. It's not a relative income measure.
Yeah, it's a safety net. It's supposed to be a safety net. That's what it's supposed to be.
But that's not justice though. And definitely it's not just for men to have to, black men to have to deal with fucking, on top of the marginalization, the exploitation, the incarceration, the hyper surveillance and all of this. Now we also got to pay child support and all this other bullshit and get no benefits whatsoever from the society, and we put in, after all the labor niggas done put into this bitch, we get nothing from it.
And welfare ain't reparations either.
No, no, it's not.
Because I've been hearing that shit, hearing people make that argument.
The closest things to reparations that we should have gotten was affirmative action. That was supposed to be explicitly for black people and especially for black men. We did not get it. Okay,
it was supposed to be reparative.
So what it made a situation that was already bad worse. That's what it did.
And they know it. But they, white women didn't give a fuck. They claim like they care so much, and they're so morally virtuous, and they there's not a vicious bone in their bodies. They goddamn liars, bro.
How is this Negro gonna get more rights than your own women? That's expressly what she said when she complained about the Civil Rights Bill, '64.
But the issue I got with is that black women is co-signing that shit.
Right.
Well, that's traitorous, and they even in academia they've never addressed that. I'm waiting. The only academic I ever saw address that was you and Tommy Curry.
I think that's the most explosive.
And now, Doc Johnson, Ronald Neal. I mean, we talking about it, but I mean, like most black men won't say shit like this. They're scared as fuck.
That's the most explosive message right there coming out of the black manosphere. Assessing whether the black woman is a traitor.
It's hard to call mama a traitor. You know how it is.
But they'll call you the traitor though. They saying that you're the traitor though. Yeah. That's the thing. See, they're saying that we're traitors because we want to be patriarchs. So we're trying to we're the white people or black people. Seriously, you have to really pay attention to what the fuck these people are doing and what they're doing. They're projecting. They're saying we want the big piece of chicken.
Yeah.
We want to be the big chief kahuna. While all the while they actually are the big chief kahuna. They're using institutions.
Mm-hmm. What's the greatest
in order to fucking control the community?
What's the greatest trick the devil ever pulled? To say he doesn't exist,
And Reyes, man, come on, man. We need for you to stop, man. I know you and BGS got your issues, but you need to stop with this, the insults for real, bro. Like, I mean, I'm just keeping it a buck. And I have some thoughts about this shit, like, especially when you got black men calling other men old niggas and shit like that. Like, see, one of the things you got to understand about patriarchy is this. I mean, because a lot of guys here act like they pro-patriarchy, right? I beg to differ. And no disrespect to Reyes or whatever, but I got to keep it a buck here, man. Here's the thing, right? How can you talk about older men derisively and be pro-patriarchy? Because pro-patriarchy ain't nothing but the veneration of older men who are supposed to be at the top of the hierarchy. This is what I don't understand it. Like, say for example, what is patriarchy other than older men and powerful men looking out for their clan?
Yeah.
A kinship covenant system in which older and powerful men develop fraternal bonds to ward off the threat of other men. That's what patriarchy is. Okay? It's a kinship covenant system in which older and powerful men develop fraternal bonds to stymie the threats of other men. So if you have a predilection that older men or unworthy of veneration or respect, then there can be no fucking patriarchy. It can't exist because it requires respect for older men. The prerequisite of patriarchy is respect for the older men because they have practical wisdom and experience. In most cases, there's no patriarchal culture in the fucking world where you'll see young niggas being disrespectful to older dudes.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't fucking see that.
That's a matriarchy.
I'm just keeping it a buck, man. It don't matter. It doesn't even matter if the old motherfucker's a bum. If the motherfucker's an old man on the fucking street, you don't go up to an old nigga on the street and disrespect him. You don't do it. I mean, I wouldn't do it, but I mean, you know, it is what it is, man. I'm just saying, hey, you know, even if the motherfucker out of pocket and do some shit that's fucked up, like my father, he ain't disrespectful. I'm just saying, like, but if my father fucks up, I'm not gonna go off on him and call him, you old ass nigga. You bitch ass old ass nigga, you a washed up nigga. That's not even partially close to patriarchy. That's some matriarchal shit right there.
There it is.
I'm just keeping it a buck. I'm not trying to be ignorant. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to nobody. I'm just saying the prerequisite of patriarchy is respect for the older males. That's why when you showed the video a long time ago, you had a whole bunch of motherfucking wild ass elephants doing whatever the fuck they wanted in the jungle. And then in order to remedy the situation, they brought in some older male elephants, and then the young motherfuckers calmed down.
They calmed down, yep.
And the same with the school system. You showed the parallel between that and what was going on in the school. You got a whole bunch of young niggas running wild in the school system, beating each other up, fighting and stealing and bringing drugs and shit in there. All they had to do was introduce 5 or 6 males in the environment. Then them little young niggas calm down.
They calm down, yep. Yep.
And the problem is that there is not a presence of older men. And I can tell you this. Let's just keep this a buck, right? To a 15-year-old motherfucker, a 30-year-old nigga is an old nigga, right?
Yep.
Right? To a 15-year-old, a 30-year-old nigga is an old-ass nigga, a washed-up nigga, right? To a 30-year-old nigga, a 45-year-old nigga is an old washed-up ass nigga. To a 45-year-old nigga, a 60-year-old nigga is an old washed-up ass nigga, right? To a 60-year-old nigga, a 75-year-old nigga is an old washed-up ass nigga, right? To a 5-year-old, a 15-year-old is an old-ass nigga. Who don't know what's going on. Who can't see the world the way it really is. So I'm saying, all I'm saying is, hey, I'm seeing the dysfunction. And I just see it. Like, I mean, like, do I get disrespectful to Negroes here and there? I do. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna say I don't.
G got to come out sometime.
You know, like, but I believe disrespect begets disrespect. That's just how I perceive it. You know what I'm saying? So he's like, man, drop the link. I'm not about to entertain that shit tonight. I'll maybe entertain it tomorrow. But all I'm saying is, damn, the prerequisite of order is basically honoring the elders. That's the prerequisite for order. The problem is we got a whole bunch of young niggas that want to run shit. And you know, like, I mean, quite frankly, I'm 51, dog. Like, I'm not young anymore. So I guess to a 40-year-old nigga, I'm an old ass nigga. but what's a 40-year-old nigga to a 30-year-old nigga? And what's a 30-year-old nigga to a 20-year-old nigga? And what's a 20-year-old nigga to a 10-year-old nigga.
Yeah, if you get to be 30, you get the rank of OG, don't you?
I mean, goddamn. I mean, if 30 is the OG now, I mean, because niggas dying so early, I guess.
Yeah, that's
because
what
I
happened.
had motherfuckers call me OG when I ain't had no gray hair on my head, none.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you still alive.
Like, damn, OG. I'm like, damn, I'm an OG now, nigga.
Mm-hmm. you
I'm
made
just
it,
saying.
dog. You made it.
I guess we never thought we would see it past 21. I had a song like that, some Murphy Lee, he was never big in St. Louis, but he came out with that song. I thought we'd never see it to 21. Like, come man, look. Niggas is dying, but we ain't dying that bad. I mean, we got a high homicide rate, but it ain't that damn bad. Most motherfuckers is actually, because we got a population damn near what? 5 million? 6 million? So, I mean, it's a lot of us getting past 21.
We're talking about black males? Yeah,
Yes.
17 mil.
Well, I'm just talking about when men who become actually, of age instead of just men.
Of age, 21 and over. I think 21 over is probably about 15 mil.
Right.
Because I'm talking adult black men I think it was 18 million adult black men over the age of 18.
So, look, I have no problem with criticizing anybody for their ideas. It's just that, man, sometimes we get personal and shit. Like, I mean, to the point where it's like, nigga, fuck you, nickel. Like, hold on, bro. Like, cause them words to me where I'm from, fuck me. Okay. Niggas will go to the trunk. Fuck me.
That's what I'm saying.
Huh?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Fuck me. Nigga, fuck you, you bum ass nigga. Okay. I done seen family members shoot each other, nigga, over some words. Oh, you bitch ass nigga. Okay, all right. That's your cousin, nigga. You just shot your cousin, dog. Fuck that nigga. Okay, all right. I'm about to go over on my porch and drink my motherfucking brew and hit my cigar with my nigga, but not you, nigga, because you just shot your own cousin.
I'm gonna sit here and wait for the cops to roll up and pick you up. And I say I seen it.
I ain't gonna say I saw it because everybody there saw it. We know what happened. That's between you and that motherfucker. Now, you didn't kill him, but you sure shot his ass. You sure shot him. I didn't shoot the motherfucker at all. I'm just, but the whole point is a lot of the conflict we have could be resolved rather easily by just saying, hey, bro, my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. I didn't mean to disrespect you, bro. It came off wrong. I was in my feelings. I was in my body. But, nigga, we can't do that. That shit is for us. Apologies?
Yeah, that's death. Yeah, that's death. We can't do that.
An apology? Yeah. A nigga?
Yeah, when we didn't have, that's one of them problems. We don't have that cultural, like, male discipleship kind of thing.
We need to be right just like our women.
Yeah.
Oh man, apologizing to another nigga? Niggas won't even apologize to their goddamn self, nigga. Nigga won't even say I'm sorry to myself. That's terrible, man. All I say is, that's why I do, like, I have been upset. I've tried to be graceful with some Negroes in the space specifically because I don't want to start no issues. You understand what I'm saying? But if you keep fucking with any man, past a certain point, then violence is going to erupt.
You can try.
So that's,
Marvin Gaye and his father.
Oh yeah.
So conflict resolution comes from actually wanting to be at one. Atone. You want to atone. You want at one with your brother. And virtue actually is the prerequisite before you even go to war. Like you can't. If Negroes are not at peace and looking out for each other and got each other backs, you can't even engage in a conflict with another group of people. That's the prerequisite for going to war. And that's why we can't go to war at all. We can't even go, you can't go to war figuratively, allegorically, or physically. Because we're at war with ourselves. Who gonna be the nigga, the big nigga?
Yeah, we nothing but a group of stray cat clans. Stray cats going to war
herding
with
cats.
each
That's
other.
what you said, huh? Let me
Herding
answer this
cats.
brother's question, man.
Go ahead.
You know, Passport OG says Japanese have a whole set of words for talking about elders, then a totally different set of respect words for talking to them. Yeah, so you gotta respond to them in a particular kind of way. You know, like you can't just talk shit to the OGs. You can't just say what you want to say. But I do want to answer this brother's question. I got to go back. Says, I'm guessing by the year 3000, most of America, if it still exists, will be Hispanic, mulatto, black, and white. As we know it today, won't exist.
People of
We're
color.
going the way of the dinosaur.
In fact, I have an article that one of my SYSBM brothers sent me. The majority of neighborhoods in America are actually mixed. So, and that was like, yeah, well, you know, hey,
I'm suspicious, man.
All right, Doc. Hey, Doc, I respect your opinion, but I'm looking at it. So,
oh, here he goes. Here, this is what he asked. This is what he asked.
Okay.
Will we be extinct? Yeah, it's the same shit.
It's extinct is extinct as far as a certain group of people. I don't think you'll be extinct, but I think you'll be diminished. I don't think the power, the grouping that we have will have the same effect. You know, there's still Jewish people around. The thing is, they're not extinct, but the thing is, they don't have the grouping that they had way back when, like maybe 400 or 500 years ago. They've been assimilated into the white population.
I think that the internet is going to have a huge impact on population migration, because you got younger people getting passports, hearing this information, learning about other cultures. I don't think most of us had that level of exposure when we were 16, 17, 18. These young kids are making plans to go someplace else, or even just travel someplace else. It's going to open them up in ways that we were not. So I think that people are much more likely to have, say, grandchildren that live in another country. Whereas most of us spent our whole lives here. I don't think that's going to be common for people at a certain economic level. They're going to be born in one country and spend most of their lives in another one.
Yeah, that's where the opportunity is. In fact, I'll find it where the white guy said that back, 2007 or so, where the sons of America are going to get on boats to find opportunity elsewhere.
So I think America's most likely is going to be. I think economics is going to drive it. I think the rich of the world is likely going to come here. So I don't think it's a black-white thing. I think it's just rich-poor. I think that 1% of the world that own all the resources is going to live here, and gentrification pushing you out of your neighborhood. Ultimately, it's probably going to push you out of America.
Well, the thing is, if you can, there are no rich people where there are no poor people or servants to be there. So there's always going to be a working class in connection with the rich people. Otherwise, you wouldn't go there. There's going to be a realignment. Nobody knows how it's going to shake out. Right. So, but Americans' standard of living will equalize. Let's put it that way. Over the next, I would say, 30 years. If it's done right. This is what I would say.
I got to, I see David Caldwell has this question. I'm only responding precisely because he's donated quite a bit. He wants to know something about esoterica and Gnosticism. And, I wouldn't necessarily say the occult, because I think the occult has a bad or negative connotation in my mind. But I personally, I know he's asking this to BGS, but
go ahead. You're a philosopher. Go ahead. Answer it.
I would say get you a copy of the Metal Netter, man.
Metal Netter. Soul and Legacy would be a good entry into into the into Gnosticism as far as Egyptian Gnosticism. If you really want to go a deep dive into it, I would say the first place that I would start into Gnosticism, right? Because understanding the symbols in religion is probably the origin and evolution of religion by Albert Churchward. That's probably the best book as an interest into Gnosticism that I've seen, because it goes over
Have you ever heard of
everything.
the book, The Signs and Symbols of Primordial Man?
Churchward actually wrote that one. That was one of his first ones. But the thing is, the bigger overview is the book of religion. That's the bigger overview where he goes through all the phases and most of the symbols. But I think Signs and Symbols is actually a precursor to the origin and evolution. And then if you want to really go deeper than that, then you would have to get it. What's his name? God, what's his name? Ancient Egypt, the light of the world. You can get into the Temple of Man. It's another way to get into it. You can get into the Tao Te Ching, which is Chinese Gnosticism. Get into any book about the Kabbalah. Which is Jewish Gnosticism. It's pretty much the same, but the thing is that it's reading into the book, because I was actually going over that, actually not debating, but actually discussing it with some Jehovah's Witness, and I was trying to get them to actually read into the Bible and not just read it and accept it at a surface level. I was actually going through the 10 Commandments, and they said, we don't go by the 10 Commandments. I said, well, actually, you do. I said, if you read the 10 Commandments and as a practical application of human interaction, it makes sense, right? I said the Creator would never give you something that didn't make sense. I said, because too many people want to go woo woo and make it magical. No, you have to. There's a practical reason why the laws are laid out. I always tell people, what is the only law that God can't? What's the only thing that God can't do? Which is break his own law. He can't break his own law of the universe. It's one thing he cannot do and will not do. They're very strict. There's very settled and strict laws. We call them physics. We call them a whole bunch of things, right? Of the universe that you can't break. Okay, and everything around it adheres to those laws. Okay, even down to a sperm and an egg, it adheres to certain principles and certain laws. But anyway, that's a deep dive.
And then if you want to know from white people's perspective, you can read fucking Hermes Trismegistus shit or what the Corpus Hermeticum. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm not.
Yeah.
But
hermeneutics. Yeah.
The 7 principles. As above, so below. The big and the small.
The trivium. If you want to read. If you want to read, was it a Mason Gnosticism, the trivium? It's one way to do it. Even like Doc does. Basically, Socrates is Socrates or Gnostics, right? They teach it from a Greek, European vantage point, but it still is Gnosticism. If you go into it, just the allegory of the cave is Gnosticism. No,
there's so many different principles, I mean, but all I can tell you is, man, it's a lot of shit out there to read. I used to one time think, I was gonna be able to move cars and shit with my brain or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, if you read Heidegger, Being and Time, it's philosophy, but that is Gnosticism. What is being? Okay, what is the state of being inside? What is the state of being versus non-being inside of a structure, right? What we call reality. Okay, that is Gnosticism. Okay, Jung is a Gnostic. Okay, reading Jung is Gnosticism. The thing is, it's a deeper level of understanding of the phenomenon of the world, of the state of the world, right? But my Gnosticism comes from my origin point is Memphite theology as a Black Gnostic. But
there's even a book called the Memphite theology, ain't it?
Yeah.
I forgot who wrote it though. Let me see if I can find it.
Most heavy philosophers are Gnostics, believe it or not. You see, find Gnostics in philosophy, but also high order physics. Okay, most of your people that deal in particle physics that run those colliders are the one or two things: either they're Masons or they're into a Buddhist. They're the Buddhist philosophers. Okay, that's their point of view of how they view the universe.
And that's why I told them to start with the Medu Netter. Because I mean, even the Medu Netter is difficult to read. I guess for some people, it wouldn't be difficult to read for me. But he talks a lot about Plato and shit like that, and like the Kabbalah and Buddhism and Jainism, and how but all of this was laid out by people like Churchill anyway. Like there's certain signs and symbols and religious ideals that are pretty much universal amongst all men, and Jung, the kind of archetypes and stuff like that. Right. And that religion is to tie together. Like the word religion in and of itself means to tie, to rebind, to bring back together.
Back. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So, to bring that which was separated, and then you got myths to try to explicate and to draw this out, but the Hermetic principles is like everything is mine and shit like that. Or everything is one for real. Even though like there are appearances that there's difference and alterity, everything is interconnected, shit like that. So I mean, it's a lot of everything is in vibration. Ain't nothing at rest.
Right.
The principle, like I said, as above, so below. That's the principle of correspondence. I can't remember all the 7 Hermetic principles, but it is what it is, man. I mean, hey. All I know is, man, boy, I had fun, learning about that shit because it's a far cry from the religious dogma of Christianity and Catholicism. It's just like a totally different understanding about virtue, the universe, and metaphysics. Like, you don't really have to study metaphysics as a surface, a fundamentalist Christian. You just don't. You just do what God tell you to do.
well, most religions it's simplified so that you it's steeped in ritual, so you don't have to understand what the underlying principle is.
But then you lose so much richness from the religion anyway. It's like religion is not made for you to just follow orders, like that's a childlike understanding of what religion is supposed to be about. It's about the symbols, and the symbols are supposed to be indicative allegorically of deeper things that have deeper significance and meaning. Yeah. And like if you read the Medu Netter, it'll basically say all of the myths are nothing but allegories. They're philosophy veiled in the language of storytelling.
In storytelling, even the book that you're working with now, with Shelby, is a form of Gnosticism because he's atomizing all these principles that we take for granted. Okay, what is this? What does this mean? Well, what does this mean in a just society? What is justice? What does that mean? Okay, how is it applied versus injustice? So basically, it is a form of Gnosticism in a sense.
Right, and I mean, Gnosticism, it really just means to know. At the end of the day, it means to know shit.
Yeah. That's what it means. Yeah, that's what it means. It means to know, the knowing. Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of times we take things, man. We put too much on top of it, man, to make complex. I mean, simple things complex more than they have to be. Which one could argue is what this text is that I'm reading. It is. Yeah. It can be complex, okay, but I like it because he's not leaving too many stones unturned. Like everything we're talking about, or that any tangential argument that might pop up, he's already done talked about it.
He's defining it. What is a just society, and what is your place in a just society? Okay, whether why should you advocate for a just society? Is separation wrong? Okay, is separation the reason for inequality? And basically, no, we are agreed. No, it's not. Okay, it's an effect of inequality, but it's not the reason for inequality. But the thing is, if you steeped into philosophy or Gnosticism, it's easier for you to actually understand the principles he's trying to get across, because if not, it's going to go over your head, or you're going to have a lot more difficulty understanding what he's saying.
Yeah, this text ain't really all that difficult. I mean, it probably would have been difficult for me. Yeah, but 20 years ago, it might have been difficult. Maybe, no, I wouldn't say that. Maybe 25 years ago, it might have been difficult for me, because I wasn't paying attention. I was an exemplary student back then, but like I just did as much as I had to do. I wasn't doing it. I was doing it for the intrinsic, value that I received from it, but there were limits to it though. Like I would be like, man, I'm cutting this shit off. I ain't thinking about it at all. Today, I would allow things to mull over in my mind a little bit more and wouldn't reject, thinking about it and mulling over it. But, and it sometimes it just takes time for you to be able to assimilate information. It's like you can't be in the gym and get swole in the gym while you're working out. I mean, you think you can, but like the growth from being in the gym comes from being in the bed.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like to actually let the thought play with itself inside of your consciousness so that you become more aware over time. Yeah. It's not like something you just get, immediately.
It's got to make connections, and basically in living and seeing how these principles actually play out in your life, in other people's lives. You get to observe it from a different vantage point, and then that starts to make other connections. So yeah, it's a process. I would say that.
And that's why young motherfuckers are not good philosophers, for real. I'm just keep it real. Like I'm not saying it like it's impossible. But like very young people who've never lived and never, they don't have experiences. I mean, some young people have like adult experiences at a very young age.
Yeah, they have a lot of trauma that they have to deal with, and they have to make sense of it, and it causes them to their growth in that area, but they're limited in other areas, so they have to give up something.
Right, and it took a long time for me like to understand Rawls. At first, I didn't really, I got it, but theoretically I understood it, but like on a level of morality, like thinking about like, does this shit actually make sense to me at all, for real? Like it's just some white boys spewing forth a bunch of mumbo jumbo using graduated terminology. Now, I mean, now I understand, and for real, if you want to understand philosophy, you got to understand like the development of philosophy over time and how all of the different philosophies are cause and responses to each other. They're like themes.
Yeah. Like, and how they play out in the practical world, because philosophy can't be dead. It's got to play out in the practical world. So,
yeah, I try to tell people, like, right now, motherfuckers don't understand like the structuralism and shit like that. I think it's just contemporary relativism. Actually, I think it's contemporary ethical relativism and moral subjectivism or nihilism is what I say. It's sophistry. It's just like anything goes, motherfucker, because I say it goes, and that's why it's
a replay of the decline or the decay of the Roman Empire, of the Roman Republic. The same thing happened.
Because in my viewpoint, if you don't believe that there's anything that's true anymore, like there's nothing true. Like, was it you? No, it was. I saw a show today, man. A show where a black woman, Philip Scott, I think is the guy's name. He's got like a pretty successful show. He does some sort of African-centered news or some shit like that.
Right.
But he had a woman on there, and the woman was like, if you don't think trans women are real women, that's a red flag.
Yeah, I think I did peep the title. Yeah.
And I'm like, what type of fuckery is this? Like, now you got real women who are telling you that if you don't think that trans women are real women, then that's a red flag for you in terms of dating.
Yeah, indoctrination.
But then you got to think to yourself, if nobody is requiring a gay person to fuck with a heterosexual person. Have you ever heard like somebody say, if you're gay, and then be respected for it? Like, if you're gay, you need to be straightened out. To the point where you're heterophobic, and that's a red flag. You mean you won't take if you're a gay man, you mean you won't hit that pussy? Then there's something that's a red flag. If you was to say that to a gay person, they would say, oh, that's homophobic, right?
That's homophobic. Yeah.
But now you telling straight men that they have to like motherfuckers who got their genitals carved up and say that they're women.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, man, fuck all that. That's bullshit.
Or even not have their genitals carved up and say that they're women.
Imagine me, man, having to accept a motherfucking woman with a 9-inch dick telling me, hey, baby, let's get it out. No, sir.
You know what it did? You know, it's a fun fact, man, because years ago, man, I think 2013, man, when I first became a MGTOW, right? And I was in the MGTOW community. And there were trans people, trans women trying to come in and say, we could actually become your new women. And MGTOW said, hell no. MGTOWs actually like women. I don't know where you guys get that from. We don't like what's going on in society, but we still like women. Otherwise, we wouldn't be MGTOW. If we want to be gay, we could be gay.
They trying to carve out a place for themselves, but somebody gonna fuck with them and love them. You know what I'm saying? Which, I mean,
more power to people that do love them, but don't say that you're women.
Say men going their own way, ain't going that way.
He ain't going that way. No siree. Them in the incel community were actually rejected by the MGTOWs at first. You know, I don't know about incels now, but the thing is, they used to be called true force loneliness, and we didn't accept them in the MGTOW community. We just didn't. So as far as the manosphere proper, no, incels and trans women, no, we didn't accept that. You know.
And look, I'm not saying that trans women are not persons, like they're not people. Yeah. I believe that they're people, but I don't believe that I have to honor you as a fuckable in order to treat you like a person. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't have to, you don't have to be fuckable to me because you want to be fuckable doesn't mean that you are fuckable to me.
Yeah.
Like, you can't make me perceive you as fuckable. You can't force me, you can't force a gay motherfucker to think of a woman. If the man is gay, you can't make him, you can't force heterosexuality on him.
And you can't, and I don't have to prove that I accept their humanity by fucking them.
Yeah.
But just imagine a straight woman saying to you that trans women are real women, and if you don't like trans women, then you can't get no parts of this pussy, for the real pussy. Bitch, fuck you.
And well, you know, leave me to the blow up doll.
Man.
I ain't going out like that.
No, I mean, you know, hey. It's a lot of handkerchiefs around this motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? a lot of towels and face towels and shit. Fuck all that. Like, I mean, come on, man.
By any means necessary, sir.
But I mean, the audacity of it, this is why I say truth. There is no truth anymore. They'll try to make you believe they'll run anything across to you and try to make you buy into it, because conversation and dialogue is not about, philosophers believe that dialogue is supposed to tease out the truth. Like the dialectic method is supposed to, over time, the truth is supposed to be evinced or teased out of the dialogue. Right? These motherfuckers believe that power and the imposition of a discourse and a deconstruction of what they consider to be power, that's the goal. It's just to win the argument. It's to find a way to disrupt what they consider to be a discourse that they don't like. Because nothing makes any sense.
It's post-structural, right?
Yeah.
Is that what? Yeah. Okay.
So they're anti-Ma'at. They're anti, like, and I do understand it. Like, I know the criticisms associated with linguistics. I get it. I understand it. I get, because I understand what post-structuralism comes from. It's an argument against structuralism, okay? But I don't think all of this is a response to positivism in the 20th century, which was a group of scientists, group of thinkers, the Vienna Circle, who basically said what Hume said, is that there's only two types of propositions: synthetic or analytic statements or judgments. Those are the only kind. And so, you know, you got other philosophers that come along and they say, well, that's not exactly true, because that's a statement in and of itself that's neither analytic or synthetic, or it's not neither just ideals put forth in a proposition, nor are they experiential. I mean, your statement is a statement that falls into neither one of those categories. So there has to be other kinds of propositions that you can make. But I would just collapse the proposition itself into a matter of fact proposition. That's just how I would resolve the difficulty.
Yeah, you could, but at some point, the proof has to have some kind of experiment to actually make it valid. That's the difference. Okay, you just can't just think up things and anything could be true. No, it's got to be proven in nature, because that's the final arbiter of whether something's true or not. It is the actual physical nature.
But see, that's what a can of worms opens up, though, BGS. Because okay, so like that's why I say I'm an anti-realist instrumentalist, right? So there's some people who say, okay, they're laws of nature, right? And whatever those are, I mean, you could say that they come from either the metaphysical plane, or you could talk about them in terms of physics, like the laws of thermodynamics, the laws of gravity, the conservation of matter and energy. You know, nothing is ever created nor destroyed; it's just recycled. The law of entropy. I mean, so but or the constant of time and shit like that. But there's some people who say, well, how do we know that these things are actually laws that are eternal? Like how do because it could be multiple universes with different laws and rules apply.
It could be, but thing is, that is a theory, and you would have to find those alternate universes and actually do experiments. Okay, well, if you can't, then it's just a theory.
Yeah, true. I don't need truth with a capital T.
No. But there has to be some kind of final arbiter of whether your experiment is valid or not. It might not be exhaustive, but there's got to be something. Okay.
Exactly. So my standard is instrumentality. That's why I say I'm a anti-realist instrumentalist. Meaning, I can't tell you what exactly reality is. I don't think I'm in an epistemic position to tell it to you all the way through and through, but I do know that there are some theories and a provisional wisdom that we can utilize that I think is helpful for us now.
Yeah.
like I'm not gonna say.
Yeah.
So like the laws of chemistry, like the periodic table of elements. I'm not willing to scrap that because it's some bitch saying that, you know, some post-structuralist asshole somewhere saying that there is no truth. And that the system, the logical system that you use in order to determine what the periodic table of elements is, you know, is really based in a system that there's no coherence to it at all. I'm gonna say, well, and I do understand the argument because I've taught the philosophy of science, and I know that any system is dependent upon itself internally to make sense of itself. I mean, I get it.
Right.
But these people are coming from far left field. Like, look, women are women women can have babies. Women have the potential to have babies, or they had damaged potential to have babies.
Right.
Or some shit like that. Like the whole idea that you could just alter your identity in relation to performance is some bullshit to me. Because I don't think and this is the one thing that the ancients understood, like, everything is not performance. And like, this motherfuckers out here are not just acting. Like, we act because these are the symptoms of a capitalistic market-based society. Like, you get up, you go to work, you dress up a certain way, and you come back home and it's something different that you do. And then you go to church and there's something different you do there. And everything, you put on masks everywhere you go. Ancient motherfuckers wasn't like this, bro.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, oh well, I got different roles and I play those different roles when I go to work and come home and no.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
Well,
are
the
like,
thing is, yeah, somebody asked that about Rodney's a nurse, right? He's a ICU nurse, right? And somebody asked him, what if a transgender woman comes into the ICU? How do you treat them? He said, we treat the body, we don't treat the performance. Okay. If you got XY chromosome, we have to treat you like you have XY chromosomes. We have to treat you like you're a man. No matter what, we have to call you legally. We call you Francis, right? Or Francine. But thing is, when you come into the ICU, that's when science comes in. No, you're Frank today because your body says that you're Frank.
Man, and look, I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to dehumanize people. Shout out to shout out to Life of Commerce. Appreciate that, bro, and shout out to Sam C. Look, I'm not trying to say that these people deserve to be beat.
No.
Or that they deserve to be, ghettoized, like marginalized, compartmentalized somewhere, like they need to be, subjected to torture or cruel and unusual punishment. None of that shit. All I'm saying is, the shit, it's not true what you're saying about gender. It's just it's not true, man. It's not true, man.
The thing, this been imposed upon us that these people are the arbiters of truth, and they're not. You haven't proven that your supposition is anywhere in the realm of being true. It's not. Okay, where's your experiment? Okay, it can't be just I feel this way, or I think this way, or some kind of dialectic where you actually whittle down your reality to a series of dialectics and said, okay, this has to be true. No, where's your experiment? Actually prove that you're true, that this is true. Okay, there's a whole kind of physical truths that define a male and a female, or a man and a woman. Okay, like you said, she can pretend she has ovaries, she has pretend to have babies, she has double X chromosomes, she's got these kind of hormones naturally in her body, right? And vice versa for the male, right?
She got menopause.
That's all predicated upon a discourse. That's all predicated upon a scientific discourse created by the patriarchy to ostracize women and to make people feel like they're binary categories that people have to fit into when actually there's fluidity. I'm just being devil's advocate. This is what these look. I went to a fucking conference one day, man, and where was this fucking conference? I mean, I've been to so many of them motherfuckers, but this conference had to be. It was a conference in American philosophy is what it was, and I think it was in the summertime, and was it in the fall? I can't recall, but there was some graduate students there, and these motherfuckers were saying that logic, like we need to just do away with all logic, because it's predicated upon a negative binary system, and like I was like. So modus ponens, modus tollens, disjunctive syllogism, like we're supposed to throw all that away.
Whatever electronic device you have, toss it into the garbage and leave it behind, because it's based on what binary logic.
Does anybody know the hermaphrodite population?
Ooh, that's so
because
rare.
if it's growing, then I'll listen to them. But if that's still a small population, then I think it's pretty binary.
Binary. Even hermaphrodite population has a definition. Okay, they have a definition. They have both male and female organs, right? And they have a double XY chromosome. So there is a scientific definition for those people. It's not performative. It's actually a scientific based and experiential based nature that's actually there in the real world. If you can find that, then I'll accept it.
I see what you're saying. So even that is not fluid.
It's not fluid. No.
So at birth, it's pretty binary for everybody at birth.
It's not necessarily binary, or but
or
thing
try,
is,
try.
or trying it, whatever. But there's a physical based.
It's not variable.
It's not variable.
After birth, it's not variable.
No.
Right.
I mean, anybody can put on a dress and lipstick and say I'm a woman. Right. It doesn't mean that you are.
So wait a minute. So you trying to tell us that Flip Wilson is a man, and Geraldine is a man?
Is
Gotcha.
a man. Yeah. Okay. Now, but if you want to label him, and if you want to relabel people, however categories you actually want to label up people, if you want to do that, that's fine. If that's what you want to do, but trying to impose it on people that don't want to do that, that's not accepted. At some point, it's got to be accepted.
Right.
And if you want to, you can make up anything you want, right? Like the flat earthers. Okay, the Earth is flat. They can go around the world with all their data and their logic and whatnot of how the world works and how the sun rotates or whatever, right? They can say that, right? Experientially, right? They can't prove it, and we're not bound to accept it without proof. That's all I'm saying. You can say whatever you want.
We gotta study how they amassed power to impose their view on the world, so we can borrow that strategy.
No, but you can't borrow that kind of power. I'm gonna tell you why. Okay, first of all, like all of that power is drawn out of white women in the university. I'm telling you right now, and I'm not saying that they're the only people who've done it, because like the people who started post-structuralism weren't like feminists. Okay. But it was picked up by feminists, particularly it was picked up by a feminist named Judith Butler, okay, who wrote a book called Undoing Gender, shit like that. And then all of a sudden, boom, you got a whole different ball game popping off. You feel me? I mean, everything is, you got a whole bunch of different shit going on, okay? But if there was a woman, man, and this is what I wanted to originally talk about anyway. So let me get off that. There was a woman who wrote a paper. It's called "The 5 Sexes Revisited."
Okay.
The 5 Sexes Revisited. Like, I swear to God, bro. Hold on. And it's just like, hold on. Damn, where the fuck? Okay, because I'm losing my bearings here. Hold on. I got them back. For some reason, man, the screen is not showing me everything. Okay, it's showing it to me now. Share screen, Chrome tab, 5 Sexes Revisited. There you go. Now you see this shit, right? The emerging recognition that people come in bewildering sexual varieties is testing medical values and social norms. Okay. Now this paper was written in 2000, and the author is Anne Fausto Sterling. Don't know who. I mean, I know I was required to read the article, okay, in graduate school, okay. Like, I mean, I could go through the article. I'm not going to go through it now, but I mean, you know, so who has intersexual and how many intersexuals are there? The concept of intersexuality is rooted in the very ideas of male and female. In the idealized, platonic, biological world, human beings are divided into 2 kinds, a perfectly dimorphic species. They're going to say, well, this is not actually the case. Like, males have X and Y, testes, a penis, and all of the appropriate internal plumbing and blah, blah, blah. Women have 2 X chromosomes, ovaries, and all of the internal plumbing to transport urine and blah, blah, blah. So what they're going to do is say, you know, 4% of all live births are intersexual.
Okay.
Which, okay, cool. I get it. So let's say that there's, like, if we were to draw a bell curve, and to try to find the normal, you know, and look for normalcy within the context of the bell curve, like, they would be outliers. Their population would be skewed. Because it's only 4%. And that might be generous, okay? I'm just, you know, like, I'm just keeping it a buck. But I mean, for crying out loud, bro. 4% of the population now get to drive the car and talk about generative and biological health and reproduction and identity predicated upon 4% of the population.
Sounds like they're arguing there's no such thing as like malformation. Everything is quote normal. That's what
Well,
it
you know, I
sounds
mean,
like. They're
that's one of the
arguing.
points that they're going. That's one of the points they're going to make. The point they're going to make is that, you know, like, what is normal? Like, how can you say that we're not the new normal? Like you said, like, because you said earlier, if there were evidence that like human beings are evolving into a hermaphroditic species, then
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Yeah, yeah, but there would still be outliers. It wouldn't be normal. That's not normal. No, there would be called a mutation. Yeah. So until the mutation becomes dominant, then there's still an an outlier mutation. So it is what it is. It's like is it normal for somebody to be born without a foot or an eye, or basically whatever, right? That's not normal. It's a
right.
mutation. Yeah.
So
And
they
not
don't.
only that,
Are,
like,
They don't
are
have the
mutations
votes.
considered normal?
They don't have the votes.
but
Well, yeah.
no, there's like a lot of research now that
Mhm.
kind of demonstrates that like the hermaphroditic phenomenon might be exacerbated by
Mhm.
plastics in the environment and shit like that.
Mhm.
I don't know how, you know, it's not something that I've studied
They,
deeply, but
it basically they've seen it in birds and frogs and lower level reptiles. So they've seen it. So is it been observed in human beings, higher level human beings? Not yet, as far as they can tell.
well, I think REDCs, they call them endocrine disrupting chemicals, right?
Right. Right.
And I
Yeah.
mean, they're starting to do research on this shit. That, like, do EDC exposures impair fertility in women or men? Can they
Mhm.
cause sexual organ malfunctions,
Mhm.
stunted reproductive development,
Mhm.
testicular or breast cancer, right?
Yeah.
And
They've been doing it since the 70s. I remember when I was a kid, they were just starting that kind of research with birds and reptiles. So it's been
but so what they say is, you know,
uh,
so what they say is though high levels of
mhm,
exposure to EDCs,
mhm.
yes, clearly yes, these have an impact or an effect on gender related issues and shit like that. But
Mhm.
the question is, like, does low level exposure to EDCs, like in the plastics that we use all day,
Right.
every day, is that
Yeah.
having like an impact on the endocrine system?
Yeah, it
And I
does.
can't.
In fact, it's down to where black women wearing these hair pieces and using these chemicals is starting to cause uh, effects on the endocrine system, but also them developing cancer and what do you call them tumors. You know,
Fibroids
inside
and
their
shit like that.
fibroids inside their uteruses. Yeah,
That creamy
so it
crack.
does. Yeah, creamy crack. Yes, sir.
That
Anyway,
creamy
fellas,
crack.
I got to roll.
All
I got
right,
to
bro,
roll out.
man. I'm sorry to hold you as long as I
No, no,
did,
no. It's
man. I'm
good. Hey,
sorry.
it's always a pleasure. Because we're Geminis. We'd be drifting all night. It'd be like 5 in the
Drifting all
morning.
fucking night, man. All right, man. Well, appreciate the conversation, man. Appreciate it.
All right. And appreciate everybody that actually donated, to our scholar. You know,
Yeah, I
like I
really
said,
appreciate that, man.
you're getting actually you're getting a graduate course. If you listen to Gigi, all this stuff is graduate stuff. This is not undergrad stuff. This is all graduate courses that he's actually teaching. Even Shelby would be a graduate course. He wouldn't teach this in undergrad. So you're getting a very
No,
thorough
probably
under.
not. Yeah.
Yeah, in fact,
Probably.
I was just looking at it. If you actually go through all of Shelby's definitions that he's going through this book, you get a pretty good lesson in philosophy some of these terms. He's going through quite a few terms. He's going through at least 100 that I can count just in the first chapters of this book. If you actually get a glossary and actually write all these things down with a definition, they're going to pop up elsewhere. So that's what I suggest. If you get this book, um, highlight all the definitions that he goes through and write them down because that's actually going to be used someplace else, even beyond this book. A lot of these terms are actually defining that vernacular that the philosophers and other kind of educators actually use at this level. So it's a pretty good education. It's actually a very good education.
Man, you getting graduate seminars on the GG channel, man.
On the
You
GG
know,
show, well, always, always.
I'm trying to, you get it from the Black Manosphere a lot though anyway, man. I mean, hey, I know this ain't titillating. It's not super, sensational. I'm not like kind of going off on women and shit. I am here and there. I ain't gonna lie though. Because if they deserve to get gone off on, then they're going to get gone off on. But it ain't like I'm just here. Because I give everybody smoke. Okay? The only problem I have with contemporary women is that they act like they're morally superior than us.
They've been told that. They've been told
like
that.
You're not morally fucking superior. You're a human being. You got flaws just like we got flaws. You're not perfect. And then they make everything about them.
Yeah, but the media tells them that, the teachers tell them that, the school system tells them that, the government tells them that because they get preferential treatment. So yeah, according to them, they're queens. They're queens of the earth.
Man, they need to stop that shit, bro. It's white dudes need to stop putting batteries in their motherfucking women's backs, bro.
Yes, yeah.
And I ain't saying that they should like treat them barbarically. But they never have been treated barbarically. That's the myth, right?
Yeah.
The myth is that women were left so far behind and they were like unable to do this and that and they didn't have rights and they were kept barefoot and pregnant. Like,
yeah, well,
Susan B. Anthony didn't seem like she was fucking barefoot and pregnant to my ass.
How come Shafley was able to stop the ERA amendment in 1976? Because they didn't want to give up those patriarchal rights that white women had. They know what they're getting. They're not fooling nobody.
Now they have options though. They could be a so-called docile traditional woman, or they can be the boss bitch. Now they are the Anjali woman now. Straight up. They can bring home the bacon and fry it up in a pan.
Yep. That's what they are. Anyway, folks, I got to run. Gigi, it's been a pleasure.
Man, be good, man. Yeah, I'm about to close out too, man. I mean, hey, if BGS gonna tap out, I'm gonna tap out too, man. Will, appreciate you coming through.
Yeah, thank you for this talk, man. It get us to think a little deeper about what we're dealing with, and the answers are not just like one off, one layer. It's a layered issue. How we're going to get ourselves
it's like peeling back an
through
onion,
this,
man.
Right? But peace, man.
Yeah, it's like peeling back an onion, man, layer after layer after layer. And I know it's not super exciting. I know I'm not going to generate a lot of revenue from it, but I still think it's important. So I'm dedicated to getting to the end of it. If the book is, it's about 270 pages, man, but we only on page 59. So but it's a lot of ground. I mean, I've been doing it for 2 weeks, so if I just continue to go through it slowly, I figure like I will get through it. But I figure it's worth it, man. So it is what it is. So appreciate all y'all, man. I'm gonna continue to do it. Let me know if there's something else you want me to do. Leave a comment in the comment section, man. Maybe I'll change trajectory. I know at least I've been putting this off for so long. I know I'm Just Jules wanted me to do a show on Republican motherhood. I might do that, man, before I do another one of these. So maybe I'll do that. So anyway, man, y'all be good, man. I'll holler at y'all later, man. Be peaceful. One.